Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here, I leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it? Where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 16th, 2026. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with each and every one that's here. This is sort of a round table where we all have microphones. We're all encouraged to interact. But yes, we're learning more and more, Mr. Keshe. Every week he says we're opening another aspect of the knowledge, and apparently every aspect can go deeper and deeper, and we're finding this out, finding out how valuable the thinking, speaking, and acting good is. It actually sort of generates fields from that volcano we call the heart. And we're going to listen to the teaching in full. Mr. Keshe said this is unknown knowledge to the world of science, and apparently they do listen, and we do see changes start to happen on the peripheries, and then through the deeper core, as we heard about the age of the earth, and now it's 13 billion, and pretty soon it'll be more and more. So they do listen, and we're privileged and humbled to be here and share this universal knowledge, which has been hidden from all of us, especially the energy dimension side. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate your presence. And of course, the souls know why we've gathered here. Maybe you're part of that force or that army of peaceful warriors in a way, as he said in the last workshop and previous workshops where he said we brought our own sort of army. And I'm sure there's an army on the outside as well as one in the camp itself. But again, it's an army for peace, and that's what we're talking about. It's not the end all, but it's the next step into getting to the next step. But we're getting a lot of assistance as well. So we'll hear the announcements today. Ed's AI summary, which was beautiful. But again, it's all up to you to become, to enlighten yourself, as we just heard. We'll put a number of things in the chat and so on if you feel like interjecting or adding to the knowledge at any point. Feel free to do so, because we all have knowledge others don't have, and others have knowledge that we don't have. So this is part of the sharing and interaction. And even if it's a condition of imbalance where we disagree, this is perfect, because this is how the creator was created, out of an imbalance of fields, as I understand it. And of course, I always want to say I'm sort of impartial, that this is just the way I see things. And as we heard in the disclaimer, it's all up to you to see how this befits me. But we don't have a peer review in the Keshe Foundation, more or less. As Mr. Keshe said, in China, the knowledge, the technology stands on its own. They don't need a peer review. And he went into some examples of that with academicians and so on. We'll hear a little bit about that. But it's becoming peaceful in our thoughts. You've been given a universe. You're made in the image of the creator. So you have a unicos to create peace in, as I see it. And then you start to try to create peace in other universes. So that's why we have the World Peace Treaty. It's an agreement, a contract in a way. You may not be fully peaceful when you sign it, but hopefully you want to move in that direction. And again, I think it's with your thinking, with your speaking, and with your acting, where part of this universe is created peacefully. Or you try and bring it into balance, and apparently the creator goes through the same thing. It seems like the universe sort of works the same way, even the galaxies absorbing energy down to the solar systems absorbing, down to the man absorbing 80% from the environment around it. So we have a lot to learn, beautiful knowledge being imparted. Science, as we say, we're introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language. But he said it's not really a new science. We're just adding to man's knowledge. And that was the biggest, one of the points was raised in the teaching. Can we actually go from energy conversion using gases and liquids into a direct energy transfer? And of course, we know we can. We're already there. It's just that 20% we're short. So this is what the universal community understands, some of them, and apparently this is what man has to master, of living without killing and destroying any other creature, with your words, with your thoughts, or even with an evil eye, as Mr. Keshe has given a short teaching on the evil eye at one time. So it's just a beautiful world of examples, and of course, Mr. Keshe went into the chips, like the brain or the Gantz brain, perhaps, where you can fit so much storage, and apparently it's quite unlimited. It'll make the current AI, again, look like child's play. So this is coming out. And again, if you're a chip manufacturer, he's not looking for chip resellers, but if you're a chip manufacturer and you'd like to apparently manufacture very, very unique chips tailored to the Keshe Foundation specific knowledge, understanding, and what's needed, please contact info@keshe.foundation. You will probably be part of the world plasma revolution with these new sort of, I think he called them brain-sized chips. I don't know if that means the chip is the size of the brain or it has all these neurons, and apparently there's a lot of knowledge that can be stored in the brain type of structure, which, as he said, the knowledge seekers built the Gantz brain years ago. Mr. Keshe just instructed them on how to do it. So amazing gifts coming our way. A lot of it is for you to explore and understand and see how it befits you, what doesn't befit you, but to sort of figure it out for yourself, because you'll do this now and you'll do this across the universe, I think, without any intermediaries. But it's also good to share what you think you understand about this knowledge. Any comments? Any thoughts? Shall we go to the World Peace Treaty? I don't know if it was called the Keshe World Peace Treaty, but I found this looking it up that way on one of the search engines. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation website, which we'll put in the chat. Again, it's between you and your central energies, or the soul, and the soul of physicality in a way too. I think your central energy is peaceful, perfect gentleman, but it's the soul of physicality that sort of behaves like a lion at times, and we're trying to get the lion and the lamb to eat and sleep in the same nest. So this is the World Peace Treaty. This is part of working with the Keshe Foundation. If you do sign up for the coins or other things, collaboration with the foundation, chip manufacturers perk up, you're going to have to sign the World Peace Treaty. And what that means in the chip business, I don't know, but whether you're researching with the Keshe Foundation, whether you're collaborating in manufacturing, or just as a member of the Keshe Foundation Association, as you see at the end of the coin constitution, you'll see a copy of the World Peace Treaty. And this you'll have to sign every year, as I understand it. It's just not, you sign it once and you'll, maybe it'll be an electronic signature, and however they do it these days. But again, between you and your central energies, or your unicos first, and then the others. So you have if you have a unicos, you probably have a bit of cleaning to do, let's say, or cleaning up to do. Not that it's all on you. This is part of the elevation of the soul of the man in this planet, that systems are being brought in to accomplish this over a longer term. We often, and I've often thought it was the technology. Just give us the technology and we'll be better behaved. But apparently, even if you get the advanced technology of going from New York to Beijing in 5 minutes, or feeding yourself without eating, without the elevation of the soul, in 1 or 2 generations, we'll be right back to the same behavior, even with the advanced technology. And apparently, this is what was referred to of why we find no writings in Egypt, and sort of all disappeared, or they were removed in a way, as they became quite arrogant with this knowledge. And we're going to take over, I don't know, a corner of the universe or something, or thought they could. The same with the Mayan culture. They became a culture of death, apparently, and so they were removed. Not one soul was lost, but the physicality was dispatched, and apparently a lot of the Egyptian stuff also disappeared with it somehow. So, World Peace Treaty, apparently it goes quite closely with this knowledge, because this is a peaceful technology knowledge, as I understand it, even though there's some death codes built in, but it will never be made, and it will never, a system won't be made for it. But he referred to that in that space gap, didn't he? He said you could embed that code. So we know we can live long. We don't want to embed that code, suicide and all those things, creating bad energies out of the heart. So World Peace Treaty. Anyone would like to read the World Peace Treaty?
I have a question though.
Yes,
When we autograph this,
yes, yes.
do we send it to the Telegram Telegram website, or what do we do?
I'm not sure. That's probably getting set up. I know as a private student, this was part of becoming a private student, was to sign the World Peace Treaty.
Yeah, when I was a student, I did that as well. So, but this is different for the coin, I bet.
Yeah, it does seem like you're just not signing it once. It's going to be re-upped every year, just like your membership to the association, KesheFoundation.at, our club, our association, has to be re-upped every year. But a minimum of €1. So you're really not putting too much up at the, how everything has been devaluated. You're putting up €1 to be part of an association, which is willing to put up 1,000 coins over your lifetime. Internal coins to the Keshe Foundation at this point. So signing the World Peace Treaty for research, collaboration, manufacturing, so on and so forth. This is all part of hand in hand with the Keshe Foundation. So yes, I would say you're going to sign it on a regular basis. And again, do you have to sign it with a pen? Maybe an electronic pen. In this case, they do want some sort of record of it. But also, as I said, if you don't need to use a pen, there's no pen in the soul of the man, and I'm sure you'll never find anything written when you go into the universe. So you sign it with the pen of the soul, meaning just agree to it or want to move in that direction. I don't know anyone who's completely peaceful. Maybe the creator in Mitra, perhaps. Or is the creator also trying to get to the next level? As we see in the game, moving from one level to the next. Because there are levels, apparently, and other dimensions, even beyond the level of the creator. So, World Peace Treaty, this is a starting point. You're actually, I think, creating some sort of reactor just by initialing it, endorsing it, or using your fields to say, I want to move in this direction, or I want to see where maybe I'm not so peaceful and I could become more peaceful in my words, in my thoughts, especially, because we think more than we speak, I believe. And ask the soul to reveal that to you. Or, as Mr. Keshe once said, find something to serve, not something that serves you. And maybe that would be your garden more, or a pet, or something else. So, World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion. Again, if you're in a nation, your nation hasn't pledged, you can sort of stand in for your nation as a knowledge seeker. Simply put your name, signature, and then again, on behalf of, just reconfirming as that breath we hold for the 2 seconds on the out reconfirms the nation or the territory, the council. Have it witnessed. Actually, you'll be touching another soul by having them witness it. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. Again, this displaying sounds like matter state. Do you need to post it up somewhere? Maybe it is. Maybe it is encouraging, and I think it is. But also, if you start the tools of aggression and war with that volcano we call the heart, and those fields are pumping out, do you have to display the peace treaty, or will they feel the fields, or do you just feel the fields when you're thinking, speaking, and acting good? And so Mr. Keshe refers to this again about creating certain conditions, and let's just bring those up. The gift of the three wise men, which I never understood, but they give presents the way I do on birthdays or Christmas time and so on, and always thought of the matter state gifts, the incense, precious oil, whatever else was included in there, all matter state, all gifts. Obviously, they came from somewhere else and they were given to the new child. But these gifts are the thinking, speaking, and acting. And these are three wise men from Persia, apparently. And those are the three gifts. That's the gift of Mitra. Zoroastrianism actually practices that as well. But Mr. Keshe said that thinking, speaking, and acting actually creates the fields that pulse out of your heart to the soul. And then the soul follows those field instructions. So it's important because you'll use this here, you'll use this across the universe as well, apparently, to eliminate certain or not allow certain conditions to shorten the existence as a soul, as I see it. And there's probably a lot to perfect in this. So we're moving in this direction. This is the gift. This is what all the Christians missed, thinking matter state gifts rather than sort of energy type of work, even though it says do good. And then, of course, as you start to practice this, you often wonder, am I good? Am I not good? You'll start to feel proud about the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you're making, because you're actually generating beautiful fields, even though I catch myself many times not thinking correctly or speaking correctly or doing correctly. But we try to balance that in a way. And apparently the creator has to deal with anger the same way I do, but he's managed to sort of balance it out in an easier way, or stress or other things. But all of these wrong, apparently, emotions actually creates the condition and sets the stage for other things within your whole structure, either immediately or down the road. So if you thought it was kind of hokey or jokey or didn't really make a difference, it's definitely connected to this aggression and war, the wrong thinking, the wrong speaking. And many times we can say words of kindness and think words of kindness. We don't even have to say them. So you're generating positive fields. But again, it's only you who can control this aspect. Any comments? And I'm not there. Believe me, I'm just growing into all of this. So World Peace Treaty, find it, share it, sign it yourself, create a peaceful universe, because you are a unicos or a universe or a galaxy or a solar system, and so on and so forth. And that's the reason for it. But it's not the end all of everything, as Mr. Keshe said. It's to get us to the next step, which is more interaction with the universal community, which apparently approach things and in a much more peaceful manner than we do, and understanding. And especially of using others' energies to sustain themselves, which the Creator doesn't do. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? And again, I understand 1/10 of 1/10 of 1/100000th of 1% of this knowledge, if that. And what I say is only my understanding of it. And that's what we're asked to share. Nobody's wrong, but nobody's 100% right. Anyone like to share any of their understanding on the World Peace Treaty or anything else? Okay, I think we will go to the announcements. If this is the announcements, I believe it is. There are about 6 Keshe Coin videos. So we're going to go to the Keshe Foundation now. And we're going to watch the one Rick played at the break. And I'm going to enter the website of the Keshe Foundation on YouTube, and we're going to put this into the chat. Oops. And you can review any of the videos, of course. Doing that. Let's see why is it doing. I don't want that box. AI is always trying to help. Okay, so this is coin videos. You'll find the 6, and this is one of the reasons we're actually gifting to the next generation. We're actually creating benefiting the next by participating in this whole process. You're actually benefiting. You're banking ahead in a way in the bigger structure. So we may not see it, but if you have the right emotion, apparently you can stay here to see the completion of the work. Hundreds or thousands of years is not unimaginable if you know how to play, and so on and so forth. Okay, so you can see the Keshe Coin videos, but let's go to the announcements. And actually, I didn't bring, we were looking at something when he was talking about hyperventilation and some of the energies that we absorb when that happens, and it's not been studied, but that was something else. So let's just go back here. Obviously, we won't, we're not going to have a transcript of the actual video, although you can put on the closed caption of it. But let's just bring it up to where we would start with, even though Mr. Keshe said he didn't have much to say. So we can make this a little bigger. Okay, we'll be coordinated when we get there. And I'll just take this screen. We'll go to Ed's video, which we're going to put in there. This is just the teaching part, none of the Q&A, and this is also on Ed's website, along with the AI summary, which we're going to see after this video. But please feel free to interject, interrupt, add to the knowledge, create an imbalance of an understanding, whatever you'd like.
Across the world, brilliant minds are waiting. Students with dreams, ideas, and intelligence. Students with dreams, ideas, and intelligence, but without the tools, guidance, and support to rise. In poor countries, in forgotten communities, across continents and cultures, talent is not missing. Opportunity is missing. Keshe Coin is here to change that. Keshe Coin is introduced as a digital currency for a greater mission. 1,000 Keshe Coins, with each coin valued internally at 1,000 euros. The path to a dignified life is opened. Access to food, healthcare, and growth can be guaranteed. Through the online peace game, people can participate in a new global movement. Receive Keshe Coin as part of your contribution to peace, learning, and collective progress. This is not about speculation, it is about education, cooperation, and building a better world. Those who physically purchase and operate the official device can also receive Keshe Coin, expanding the global network in recognition of their support for this worldwide digital ecosystem. The support model of Keshe Coin is designed to be anchored in physical gold and company equity. It is backed by the knowledge, technologies, and achievements of the Keshe Foundation. With this support, students who once had no path can be guided, protected, and supported. From training to practical application, their future is secured until their journey is complete. From limitation to knowledge, from uncertainty to dignity, from isolation to a future shared by all humanity. One nation, one planet, one race. When knowledge is supported, when talent is protected, and when humanity is connected through peace, a new future becomes possible. A future where no brilliant student is left behind. A future where technology serves human dignity. When humanity lives in dignity and peace, the soul can elevate. With an elevated soul, humanity can look beyond survival. A future where the human soul can rise beyond struggle and begin to look toward the stars, toward the depths of space, the understanding of existence, and the mystery of creation. Keshe Coin, for peace, knowledge, and the elevation of humanity.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, any comment on the coin? This will become the effort of the man in the future when they realize it, but it's a gift to humanity, and most of humanity is not aware. As I said, we put in the chat, here are a number of other ones. I think this was the universe. No, this was this one here, Keshe Coin 4, that we just played. I remember this image in there, unless it's in multiple videos, it could be. But here are some of the under videos in the Keshe Foundation website on YouTube. So that link is in the chat for you to understand more about the coin. And again, Bitcoin just didn't launch up to the top in the first weeks or months. I don't know. I don't know the history of it. I've never had any cryptocurrency. This is not a cryptocurrency, but it will subsume all other cryptocurrencies down the road, as it's even national currencies, as I understand it, or cryptocurrencies made by other nations. And that's what it's designed for. So it's already worked out for the people and the nations. And you earn Keshe coins in the game of peace and enlightenment, but you're also gifted them on a regular basis. And it's sort of out for test now, as the One Nation Network, what we saw in the video. If I had the store up, I would show it to you, but let's see, am I in the right spot here? I think they did show it, but there's the coin. Again, virtual coin. Maybe someday people will actually have that coin in their pocket as a keepsake of sort, or some sort of memorabilia, but I'm just trying to find, no, I guess I can't find it. But it did show a picture of the One Nation Network, which is 5,000 euro plus the value added tax because of the increase in chip costs and so on. It started off at around 2,000 euro, I believe. And a little caveat, if you do buy the or donate, someone will receive an extra, I believe it's 2 Keshe coins per year. Anyone can confirm that if you actually own a unit. So there'll be quite a bit of coins coming your way. Whether you just sign up for the association in the game and start playing that way, you'll be gifted coins. You can earn coins in the game, and you can also earn coins as being an owner or multiple owners of a One Nation network. So I think 30 of them are actually operating right now around this planet. I'm not sure. And if you do get one, you don't have to share that you have one. They know when you plug it in. And this is part of bringing some of the things, as he said, energies through this One Nation network that would allow man to sort of elevate into this dimension of the C14, or the energy dimension, in a way, separating physicality. Even though you're taking it with you, it's in the energy dimension, just the way you do in the when you sleep, or what we call the dream, or what we call travel, to be accurate. Any comments, questions, thoughts? Otherwise, we're going to go to the announcements. Then we're going to look at the AI summary of how beautifully the creator set our Magrav structure, or Merkaba. But I never, when I first saw that, I said, how interesting and how magical this. But I said that if it's real, it looks like it's highly complex to figure all this stuff out. But the first time I saw it, I said, maybe there is something to this, but where do you find a teacher to explain it all? And now, of course, we have. And there's more bits, I think, to be added, like that little bit called your tongue, which he's referred to a couple times recently, and pressures it can create. And again, in combination with detachment, emotions, breathing, and so on and so forth. But that was the big question of this workshop. Can we master the idea where you don't need, he did say energy, but maybe he meant from the matter state, because I thought you always need energy, but can we exist without energy? By using not the liquid and gas transfer, but the field transfer, you still need energy, don't you? I would think. Okay, but let's hear the announcements, then we'll hear the summary. and then a more detailed explanation of that summary in the actual teaching, because he said the knowledge that's been revealed in this will change the world of science. So let's give Mr. Keshe an hour on our platform here today. And we're so appreciative of the knowledge, but we're not going to become arrogant and with the power we understand and possess, as we hear in the Universal Council video. Otherwise, we'll fall in the same path as the church and the mosque. So let's go to the announcements, and I should slide this over. This will give me an opportunity to put a few things in chat. Of course, he referred to the black hole, the heart being the black hole, but we know the biggest black hole in the body of the man is the soul of the man, but the heart is actually sending more signals to the soul than the soul is sending to the heart, apparently. So this is why the thinking, speaking, and acting comes into play heavily here and in your future traveling. Okay, so we continue with this. Should go right into it. Okay, again, any comments on the video? As he said, there's missing opportunity for billions and billions of people on this planet. And this is what's going to, and imagine if you just let, it seems like it's a private club in a way. If you go to the right universities, you're in the right families, you get to free your mind because all your physical needs are met. But for many, many others, not even the opportunity or to meet their physical needs, even though they're perhaps even professionally working. So the mind is not free, but the other groups, their mind is free, even though they're operating in the wrong way. So this is going to sort of level the playing field where everyone will have the opportunity, not tomorrow, not probably next week, but over the coming months, years, and decades. More and more people will grow into this. And just imagine how much knowledge could be released if we didn't hammer down all these people who want to explore things. And but again, they're too busy trying to meet their physical needs for shelter, for food, for medicine, and so on. So we'll have a huge increase in knowledge for this program and life less harsh as well. So let's go back to the announcements. Here we should go, and then we'll, as I said, go to the other selections. But feel free to interrupt or stop at any time, ask a question, ask for clarification. And I'm certainly not an expert on the game or the knowledge and so on and so forth, but we can share what we think we understand.
Okay, we're back again at the 655th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 13th. And as expected, we will have a second part here with questions. But before we begin the questions, Mr. Keshe will have some answers. So please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
What would like me to answer?
Well, you usually have some answers to the questions that we didn't even know we had first, and then we have our questions that are more our regular questions. So you usually have something to say before we begin that.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's not much to be said this time. Opponents are getting their position across the planet. Hopefully by the end of this, what we call month, all the ones which we were expecting, some nearly 30 will be positioned across the world. Some 10, 12 of them, 13 of them now are already in position and will complete. It's just a matter of postage to get into And one by one, those of you who received the system, you have connected to the system for us. And we thank you very much. And hopefully, once we see all the problems sorted as much as we could at this phase, then the first 100 in September, October will be released. That the next cycle of your knowledge seekers will receive. Again, we try to spread as much as we can across the planet, that we can support the distribution of the cash coin and entering the next phase by October, that all of you, or most of you, can access to be able to work and exchange cash coin within the structure of the Cash Foundation. One thing which has to be said, many of you are sending us your codes. What we need, we'll send a question to our system to all of you in the next few days once everything is set up. First of all, you need to have the registration with the Keshe Foundation Association AT. Then you have to have the registration with what we call the game, and through there to be connected to the Keshe coin. Then the only way you receive your coin is that you just send me, this is my tax number. Who do you pay this to? Your tax number is relevant to us.
Anyone want to say anything about the game and signing up and so on and so forth? We need to put that link in the, put that right now. It's keshefoundation.at to join the association. This is step one.
You can use your social insurance number in Canada.
Okay. But did he say they would send you an email which you would then respond to with that information? Or is it a different? I see different people have different understandings so far. Shall we? Let's see.
Maybe rewind it back if you can so we can hear again.
Okay, I think we're at 106.06. So let's go back 105.48.
With what we call the game, and through there to be connected to the Keshe coin. Then the only way you receive your coin is that you just send me, this is my tax number. Who do you pay this to? Your tax number is relevant to us. Which country, which tax office, which government, that we can target it directly to that position. Many of you have sent me a tax, this is my tax number. Is number 34 in China. No street address, no city address. How do I find number 34? There's millions of them. And this is what you're doing. We try to bring you to understand. We need every detail, which government, which tax office, that when we send to the government, this is 100 coins for this person who's joined the Keshe Foundation, then we can allocate, we can transfer. The other point is you only registered yourselves. What happened to your children? Or is it just you're ashamed to say, I've done this, or you get your wife to be done? Try.
Any further understanding, Randy? Let me back up the transcript a little bit. Or anyone?
I think that's pretty clear cut. He wants the address of where the place is, and I would say send phone numbers and fax numbers, and then your name, your date of birth, and your tax number. That should cover everything.
And where you pay your
And don't forget the country.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
And don't forget the country you're in.
See, it says we will send a questionnaire to all right here. Is that where you would put this? One thing which has to be said, many of you are sending us your QR codes. What we need, we will send a questionnaire to all. or system to all of you in the next few days once everything's set up.
I think we should wait for the emails, because I think the questionnaire will probably provide everything. You fill it all out, all the things, and then send it back.
Right, because they'd go to a central depository that way, right? It wouldn't be I send it in Telegram, somebody
Right.
sends it in Zoom, somebody emails it. You wouldn't be able
Yeah,
to
it's all
collect it.
in one place and easy to figure out that way.
Gail, any comment?
I corresponded with Mr. Keshe about some people's reluctance to send that information
Yes.
over public channels, and he basically he says send it to me, and so I sent it directly to him via the telegram addressed to him.
Okay. But he said we will send a questionnaire to all.
Yeah, that was my understanding. So when you receive,
You know, when I said that I hadn't sent it, he said send it. You know.
Okay. And Gail, if I bring up the game of enlightenment, anything you'd like to say about sharing would you share the QR code and the other stuff in the email, or there seems to be a place to share QR code right now?
well, I would definitely put it all together
Mhm.
because it wouldn't do you any good if it's out there somewhere else and they
Right.
can't find it.
Right,
So
right.
you'd have to put it together.
Yeah, I can't believe he would spend the time to individually, although, certain ones, I guess, they're just getting this whole thing started. And as Mr. Keshe said, even some of this is hard for him to understand as far as smoothing certain aspects of the game, I believe he was referring to. So if we would bring up
Also, Mark,
yes.
remember when we were talking, I think with Ed about the QR code. Okay, it looks like you have to save. Okay, there's 3 choices, and it looks like if you save, it will go to your download, and then you will be able to put it in the message. Okay, you can post it into the message that you're sending. So save the QR code, I think is the correct way to do it.
Wait a second. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Gail. You want me
No,
to
it's
play the
fine.
game?
It would be good if you put the game, yes, then we can just see the picture. Although you may not want to show everything, but at least quickly we can see your code
Okay. So
under the 0.
under the 0, everybody, again, you're going to have to, now, for them to play the game, they don't need necessarily to be a member of the Keshe Association, but it would seem like you're sort of just twiddling your thumbs, right, Gail?
Well, you won't be able to use the Keshe coin if you don't join, because there's a whole lot of legal implications and also the protection that is offered through that association membership. So I think it's very important to join.
So everyone who is registered for the game under a unique email address has a QR code. Is that correct? So I have my
if you
QR code for this game.
QR code, yes. But you're also a member of the Keshe Foundation Association.
Yeah, he said first be signed up, second sign up for the game.
Okay.
Yes.
And once you're signed up for the game, us.getplasma.org or world.getplasma.org, you will then receive the game. And you have to set it up, with a few details of where you were born, your date of birth, and so on and so forth. You're going to set up a name and password. I guess it's standard practice in the world. If you're
the username that you use on the game.
Okay. And then
Plus, It
Yes.
also asks you, I think, further down for your full name and your first name and your surname and so on. But you also have to choose a username that you use to play on the game.
And if someone was to see this game and says, "Hey, I'm not going to waste my time getting involved with this before I find out what it's all about," I know you can make money or collect money playing the game, but where would I look, Gail, if I wanted to find out a little bit more details? What's this game all about?
Well, I think that video, the Keshe Coin videos are the best
About
because if you haven't joined, you won't be able to look into the manual if you're not on the game.
Okay, so there's a general manual, which has this been updated since the game went into since March 21st, or is this basically the
Oh
same?
yeah, there's quite a few things that have been added.
Okay,
But I think if you're not playing the game, you won't be able to access that, right?
right,
So the videos that you show about the cash coin, that's the best
right.
because then people can say, "Hey, this sounds pretty good to me. What do I do now?"
Mhm.
And then that's join the association first, and then you'll have to follow the legal laws of each country. So that's something else. We have to have associations for each country, and they are linked to the main one. Um,
And that will
I'm
allow the
just trying to.
nationals, yeah, that will allow the nationals in that country to be able to use the cash coin as a club or an
Yes,
association. So
right.
it will need to be done at some point, and it has
Yes,
to be.
they absolutely have to. If they've decided they're going to play the game and they want to earn the cash coin, then you have to join the association first for your own protection too, because it lists everything. It protects you, and also the steps on how to use the coin is involved there.
Do you,
So there's a lot of protection,
do you know if
a
any
lot of.
associations have been set up at this point? We're going to need what, 195 of them, and then they'll all be linked together and linked back to the Kesh Foundation.
The main one, because that's where everything is coming from, okay, with regards to the coins.
So anyone actually set up an association that we're aware of at this point? It may be in the
Not,
works in a number of places like China. He said they had a major plan for expanding the coins game in China. Maybe we should go back to that. So this is the game, us.get plasma. If you're in the US, use this one. Otherwise, use the worldgetplasma.org.
yes. I'm not sure if they're ready for Singapore and India.
Hmm?
I checked them to see, how the wallets appeared. So I think that they're still working on the program on those ones.
Any comments from anyone? I'm just putting in the worldgetplasma.org. There it is.
So I have dual citizenship, but I've been in Canada most of my life. Um, I'm assuming I would use the Canadian tax number and whatnot, but I guess I'm not sure if anybody knows the answer to that.
Yes, I do know. You wherever you currently pay your taxes, that's where you register.
That's what.
Okay, perfect.
That's
Thank you very
exactly
much.
what I was going to say. Thank you, Worm. That's what I remember Mr. Kesh saying. If you pay your taxes, this is who they're going to contact. And even if they don't collect anything from the Kesh Foundation, he said they'd be held in abeyance, set aside. So when the country is ready to move, there'll be a treasure chest there for them. So even though they haven't claimed it, it'll be there to be claimed. But I think he said they would send out a survey or a questionnaire as far as putting all of this together. And I know in the United States, depending on where you live, there's a number of different addresses, and I have to find out. It's just not one central address where taxes are paid to the Federal Reserve. That's who they're actually paid to. So good. We need to either write off a lot of this interest because it's we're getting pretty drowned in interest payments apparently. So hopefully they switch over to a different. There'll be an alternative. And again, if you want to clean up a water, there's or a lake, and there's no money in the budget, you have Keshe coins. Keshe technology can be used very inexpensively. I mean, the cost of usually doing it is, very low compared to doing it the way they normally do it and so on. So they could clean up a lake or a river just by applying their coins back to the foundation. And then technology could be shown, and then tests and could be confirmed, and so on and so forth. And this is how the process will sort of grow like a snowball. I want to build some all-weather roads. Well, maybe you don't need all-weather roads because we're going to introduce a sort of a hovering car in the very near future. So that may not be a conservation of energy or something the Keshe coin would be used for. I'm not sure. But many other people still have the 2 wheels or the 4 wheels, and maybe they need it in the interim. So I don't know. There's many, many things.
Mark, there's also, I think we read it out the last time, the DAO. So you have a decentralized, autonomous organization, okay? And that's what the Keshe Foundation, .at is all about. And apparently as members, we meet and we make decisions about how we want to go forward, about issues, big ones. There's a vote. So people have a right to input what they would like to see.
Right. And he emphasized about anyone who would get their hands on your association, make sure they don't get power. Make sure there's a way that no one person or group of people can take over that association and run it to their own advantage and make and change rules and so on and so forth. So he said this is very important when you're setting up your association, that there's a way to sort of pull the plug if somebody's abusing, or they don't get the power to begin with. Now, Gail, isn't it interesting that I showed my map a few hours ago? I had 100% enlightenment, and now I'm down to 0. What happened?
That's what, who was it?
Erm
was saying that he ended up
but I'm
starting
still
all
on
over.
the same level. I didn't change levels. Let's just go to our inventory and see if any of my.
Can you?
Oh yes.
Can you do a hard reset, Mark? Can
Yeah.
you do that shift and
Okay.
reload together?
Everything has disappeared in my inventory. Invalid session. So maybe I'm not logged in. So you're saying to do the hard reset.
Just
shift.
Shift key.
Okay.
And your browser reload together.
That's what I got.
Okay, so they're doing some work now, I think.
Okay. Good.
And it depends. I'll just check mine and see what I'm on.
Don't forget, I'm on a different one.
I'm not sure what's going on because they.
Okay.
Oh yes, somebody is working on it.
Okay.
Because they've got a new version. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of work going on.
So the game will be all-encompassing. I think, as Gail has mentioned, there's sort of breakout rooms for feeding.
Yes, they've got them listed now. You take a peek. Let me see. Where did I?
Well, it sounds like I can't get back on it here. I did the hard.
I think you have to wait, Mark. You're on US. It shows that I'm working on the world. Okay.
Okay, let me go back to my bookmarks and see if we can get back on the game, or I get the same sort of reading. I just upgraded because they had a feature on the screen now that pops up when a new update is ready. So
you're talking about Zoom? Are you talking about Zoom?
No, on the screen of the game.
Okay.
showed
I
you.
know on the top right there's a flashing.
Okay,
Um,
this is what I'm getting right now. If I go to my bookmark. So there must be some work going on with the game. Okay.
yeah, I think so.
It's, as he said, 12 to 24 months to smooth out the game. But if you want to test, we talk about testing, making certain things and dances and other things. But you can help the Keshe Foundation test by just playing the game. And I think Antonio expressed that, or that was that interaction, one of the interactions with Antonio, that you can help perfect the game, even though it's not full function. And we don't have all access at this point. It's sort of being added to. It's a work in progress, like a painting in a way.
They must be
Yeah,
working on just the US version because they just made a move in the world version, not a problem.
Okay.
yeah, me too. I'm fine. Yeah.
So they have gone offline and online, as I have a number of websites I go to. It says, sorry, excuse us, we're down for updates or whatever they do in the background. So that's not an unknown practice. And with this game, it's happened a number of times. But that's good. And we're helping to perfect it. So if you were wondering how you could test something with the Keshe Foundation, play the game, because when we talked about the ethos of this idea of thinking, speaking, and acting good, how important it is for the heart, he says, as you play this game, the ethos sinks in. Remember, a new science, or adding science to man's knowledge, a new ethos where the stronger actually feeds the weaker rather than the stronger taking from the weaker. And then, of course, a new language, the language of cooperation, collaboration, sharing, kindness, and so on. Okay, let's go back to the announcements. We're running a bit down, but good. Yes? Did someone want to add something? Hello, Paul. Ike, was that you?
I heard it.
I thought that was Ike. I don't see Ike. Okay.
No
problem.
I just wanted, yeah, I'm looking at the menu on the right-hand side.
Yes.
There's quite a few new additions. One of them is the breathing, which is something I wasn't thinking about. And
We're looking on
the Plasma Academy.
You're looking on the right?
Yes, on the right-hand menu near the bottom, they talk about the dual system model, 80% energy equilibrium with the flash, like the lightning thing, the heart as a biological black hole. So, and they talk about this on level 1, level 2, level 3 is the heart, level 4, breathing as energetic exchange, and then level 5, plasma physics, temperature versus heat. So there's a whole lot of transmutation and the emotion of love on level 6. So they're really adding a lot of very interesting things here. So these are lessons.
Are you talking about the game now? You're seeing this in the game?
Yes. Yes. Very interesting.
You want to share your screen on that, or shall we not?
Let me just see if I can get this thing out here.
Now my game is going for update, apparently. Hello, Carolyn.
I'm not able to get off the screen here.
No problem. We need to go to the announcements, and then we have a 40-minute teaching after an 11-minute summary.
Just know that there have been some new buttons added, and it does look very interesting, and they even have the labels for the healing and the feeding in the KF rooms. So
to understand then the overall knowledge, Gail.
Yeah. There's one other interesting thing, and that is we have a journal now on the left menus that we can write our experiences and how we feel. So there's a journal for everybody.
Do you want to share?
And
are you able to share?
I wish I could, but I'm having a difficulty.
Yes.
I don't know why I'm not able to.
Go ahead.
What's interesting, Gail, is if you look at that new chart on the right-hand side and check ambassadors, it shows me as level 2, yet I'm only on level 1. So it's using the previous one before my game crashed.
Oh, okay. I think that's I mean, you
'Cause
could,
I was ready, I was
okay,
at
try
100%
to,
enlightenment on level 2, ready to go to level 3, and then the system crashed.
See, we don't know
My
what
actual,
we're speaking about unless we see it, saying I'm at enlightenment. What are you talking
no,
about?
I understand what you're saying because Mark, did you say yours went to zero?
Yeah.
All of them? Yeah. So there is something that's being done. So we know Mark on US and Randy on the world uh having a problem. Okay. I'm writing it down.
No problem. Anyone want to share their
And Randy.
Andy, you're not able to share, you say?
just, I have that on a second monitor. Let me see if I can put it to the first.
Maybe we'll just go through some of these pop-out things on the game so people understand a little bit more, like enlightenment and consciousness and the daily quiz and the world quiz and energy and all these different sort of aspects of it.
Mhm.
So if somebody,
And question two, is ERM still on zero for all of the countries? Enlightenment is zero on for ERM?
And by now, enlightenment 16%.
Oh, so it's changing back then.
It's, yeah, somehow, yeah.
And if you have a diamond, you can fix it in a day if you've got a diamond there. And remember, we get diamonds every 10 pick-me-ups, every 10 PMUs, you'll have a diamond.
so let's see,
So
Randy.
I shared my screen, but I don't know what happened here. I can't, is my mic still
Yeah,
open?
Yes.
So you can
I'm
see where
having,
I'm listed as ambassador level 2, but it shows me as
okay,
offline because I'm not on level 2. I'm only at level 1.
Okay.
I'm
So
reading.
I'm
Yeah, but
gonna
don't,
stop. I'm gonna stop the share so I get my screen back properly.
No, no, let us just explain some of the
Oh,
features
okay.
we could.
yeah,
Gail can use your screen to just, unless you can share, Gail. Sorry,
I'm just looking at what I see here.
I just,
So Randy is showing us the ambassadors list. So Canada has how many now? Three. Oh yes, Randy and Rick and I think Alex
and
is
what
also. Yeah.
meaning of ambassadors? What's this all about? Being an ambassador?
Right.
I just signed
So
up.
it's like representatives who can check the safety and security of the people that are joining and also to keep, I think, a regular monthly update of what's going on with players who are asking to be ambassadors. People can be elected. So there are some very key ambassadors, and they are with the foundation. So those are our first line of defense, and then there are others who will, if somebody said, "Okay, I'm ready for level 3, I need you to verify me," and we have a special system that we can kind of take a little video and ask the person, they will change the position of their head so that we can verify that that is them on their, could be a passport, could be an ID card, which is what we have in South Africa. So then the ambassador will be the one to verify, yes, this is true. This person is actually what I see on the card. So that's a little job that ambassadors have to do. You earn a little bit. I'm not sure if it's in ACCs or FCCs, and it adds into the amount of cash coin that you would receive.
Well,
Very interesting.
these
So
are,
So
we're
that's
we're like investigators in a way.
so they're people of trust that can
Hmm.
spy, but it must go deeper than that because if I've never met someone from Vietnam and they show me a picture
Yeah.
of themselves and their ID and they match, how would I know if that's the actual person or not. So there must be some.
Well, that's where you have to use your camera. It's a special program called Jitsi, and it's used to verify. So I haven't used it yet, but that was my understanding the last time we heard about it.
So
Because Jetsy uses a webcam. So you're on a
Yes.
webcam and they're on a webcam, so you can verify that you're talking to a real live human being.
Yes.
And then another thing I'd like to go over is
And
this
not just
eco
that, you
ID.
have to, yeah, that's the same thing. We have to go through the eco ID as well. And that's where you can travel around. Well, it'll be good for the
But
whole world.
they're
Yeah.
asking for can we switch to that now? Because I have a question about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's switch to that. Let's go to eco ID. Oh, why does it say close? Oh,
It seems they're probably
maybe
working on
because
it
I
if it's
can't
not
share.
open.
No, I can't. I'm going to stop the share and then go back.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
I'm going to, oh, yes, they must be working on it because I opened it 2 minutes ago and it was open. Let's reset.
I'm going to take the
Yeah,
screen.
you can see that it's not opening up the whole thing. Yeah.
I took the screen back just so you know. We don't want to show names too often.
Personal information, yeah.
Yeah, because there's an ID here. I don't think we should show that, but it's what it's at. It says generate key in CSR. So step 2, ambassador vouching. Ask a golden ambassador to vote for you. Share with your user ID with them.
Right.
Yes, only with them
We're
because
talking
they are
an
the
ambassador.
top notch.
We were talking about golden ambassadors earlier. Gail, it said it would.
I don't know. Yeah, they have a star. You know, when we opened the list of ambassadors, at the top, you will see some that have the word call. And those are the golden ambassadors, okay? They have got the right to check everybody out.
Right. Apparently, if you have a golden star as an ambassador, you can actually confirm people in other countries and your own. If you don't, you can only
Mhm.
people in your own country, as I understand it, or maybe even that process needs to go through a golden star ambassador. So again, it's a filter system that more and more problems get eliminated the farther the level you go. And as he's
Mhm.
levels 1, 2, and 3, you're really collecting dust. But once you get into level 4 and 5, money can be actually made, transferred to an outside wallet, and the foundation will lose that coin. So this is part of the verification.
But how do we
And
get
also, yeah.
how do we get to do that? Because I got the ambassador pulled up, but if I click on any of the names, nothing happens.
Right. You need a second ambassador to verify you, and so on and
Yeah,
so
but how do we send that number to that ambassador? That's what I'm asking.
Apparently, there was a message from Ekmar, which I read earlier, and I'll read it. He put it in the space travel group, and I need to switch over to their space travel group. Okay, this was a group that was set up for people who went to China and London and all that. But Ekmar said a lot of players are stuck at level 2 in the game because they do not understand that self verification does work only one time. For the next level up, you need a different ambassador, not yourself, to verify you. Otherwise, you can't level up. I will offer a 60-minute training in German and English after the next week's Knowledge Seekers Workshop for ambassadors.
So the ambassadors have to go into that meeting and learn.
Right, and hopefully he puts a link somewhere, Gail. I'm not going to share this link at this point in time.
No, no.
So hopefully
All
you
right.
to go to a meeting to confirm ambassadors, and this brings you a level up in the game. Remember, I think there's 8 levels, Gail, or is there 9, or how many levels?
I think it's 9. 9 is light. You become the light.
Again, this is a matter state mechanism, although I do feel that there are energies embedded in this game. As he said, the compression understanding, the compression technology understanding of it is embedded in the game, and also the ethos. The more you play, the more the ethos sinks in. So there are things embedded now, but they'll certainly be brought up into the energy dimension as the cosmic ray antennas get added. But let's go back to the announcements, I think. Yes? Any more on the game? Again, a work in progress, a masterpiece, and you're helping to create it and bring it and expand it, share it.
Try to cross that line. Ask people to register themselves and bring them in to do. Register your children. This is the asset you invest for them. And this is a step by step we try to do, hopefully by the end of September, that we just don't look for me. It has to be us. And even the wife says to you, you're stupid, you joined the Keshe Foundation, it's all lies. Says, can you ignore 30,000 for this year? Just do it. Maybe next year you have. No women has ever refused money, even the men. The same issue. Lock yourself to it because you become eligible from the day you sign, not for the year you sign. So if you miss a month, you already missed this one. If you go 6 months, you missed 15 coins and the rest of it. Now we have to understand how it is that when it comes into operation from the day you join, what is left for that year is allocated to you. The other point, which has to be understood by knowledge seekers, be prepared for a huge change in the structure of the Keshe Foundation, in how you interact with us when the whole structure of the website, the shops, and the products suddenly hits you in the next few months. How you do, how you react, how you interact with buying and selling your goods. If you're a marketeer or you got a factory, you can sell your goods as on whatever had to be the Keshe Foundation because you join us. You want to expand your goods to be sold within the structure of the Keshe Foundation because you registered your company into it. Then you allow you to accept cash coins, and then you can trade into it with yourself and with the others and create that condition after what we call working capitals for the others to learn and work with. We have entered in what we call the interaction with the governments, interaction with public. So the next couple of months, when everything is done with the team up there, what we call backing us up with the coins and the structure of the games, we try to bring that change. And in a way, as a politician told me very recently, Mr. Keshe, I understood and understand one thing. You have a snooker in the world of politics. You have a snooker in the banking system. And nobody realizes, unless now that you put it in, nobody needs to answer to no government. Nobody needs to fight for no government. Nobody needs to go out to destroy for no government. And it all becomes to build the future. And according to this politician, I want to be out of the world of politics because there was no more politics left. The way you have planned and you're executing the whole structure of the Keshe Code and Keshe Foundation and one world, one piece, and it'll bring a lot of changes. Now, we've done the work. The team of the Keshe Foundation is working in the background to bring that condition. Now, as you are the soldiers.
Gail, you were mentioning soldiers and army. Here's where he said, you are the soldiers to take it to the ground, soldiers of peace and enlightenment. Actually, your national security assets, they don't realize it yet.
Take it to the ground.
National security assets, that's like an ambassador in a way.
Yeah, I mean, just with the knowledge and the technology, you're actually an asset to your government.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yes. To the world, even to the universe.
That we gave you the same condition as everybody else. As I explained to our knowledge seekers working in the Space Center, something very simple. We'll get the people to ask for the coin. By the way, it's their own weakness of work. What it means, very soon, in the next couple of months or so, Keshe Foundation will launch heavily in China. that every Chinese would like to be part of the game. We have a plan, we're executing within the laws of China, but the interesting is that we work inside the system for the change for the rest. China will lead the Keshe Foundation, the whole of the planet, into a new dimension and process.
Okay, so it must be in tandem, I would think, with the government promoting this coin and the rest. This has already been approved, and maybe they'll have a hand in it, supporting the work of the Keshe Foundation, not directing and dictating how it's going to be done. As we saw, their academicians don't always understand this technology. Okay. So there's a big plan afoot to get China on board.
Next.
I like the fact that being a member of the association, in a way everything is audited, so there won't be any misuse of the funds, which happens a lot, pretty well around the world. So for me, that's a really important aspect of.
They may try, but I think there's a number of systems put in. But I was just thinking, if I'm a merchant and I want to accept Keshe coins for my little store or whatever you have, do I have to sign the World Peace Treaty to accept a Keshe coin in exchange for goods? I don't know what I would do with it, but let's say I made a decision I'll accept Keshe coins. Do I have to sign the World Peace Treaty to accept a Keshe coin?
In my opinion, you do. I mean, if you're a member of the association, that's what it's all about. So I would say we would have to.
Right, because to be a member of the association, I think that's going to be all intact of getting the coins or using the coins, right? So if I'm a merchant and I know nothing about peace, actually, I don't mind war. We've always had war, but I don't understand it. But I'll accept the Keshe coin without signing the World Peace Treaty. That's probably not going to happen. Yeah. Any thoughts?
Yes, I agree 100%.
We're all going to be working.
I think was going to say something there.
Go ahead, Erm. I see her mic is open.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to say. Thank you.
Okay. Let's continue. And again, this is the overall plan right now of what's in the works and what's being revealed. There's so much more that's not being revealed, but this is what's being revealed up to this point. So that's why we follow the professor in a way, because he's sort of calling the plays. And
Well, I do have something to say.
Okay.
One of the questions that was frequently asked of me by skeptics is, where does the money come from? And it just became clear to me today that I can think of it this way. There's somebody had a fantastic invention, and they are going to have it made, and there are a few investors that help set up the factories or whatever, and then whatever's earned does not go to the inventor, but the inventor has given those assets for the benefit of world peace to every person on the earth. Is that like what we can conceptualize it as?
I think that's good. And also the fact that if everybody is creating according to their strengths, then we are contributing, and at the same time, everybody has the same thing. We don't go without.
And the second thing that I kept getting asked was, what is there to buy? And Mr. Keshe answered that on Thursday, save it until there is something to buy. There are things to buy now, but then save the rest of it. It doesn't go away.
Well, when they ask you where does the money come from, one thing you can assure them is it's not been stolen.
Yeah, that's for sure.
As he said,
it's already been mined.
Yes, it's already been mined and it's back.
I don't know what that means, mined.
I guess it's just that each one has a separate identification number, each coin. It's been mined, like with a unique signature, not a physical signature, but a unique code that can't be replicated. That's why they use so much energy in computers to mine coins to get something very unique that's not replicated. Again, I don't know that process, but these are unique coins, been mined out of the energies of the universe and backed by gold. And if they're have never heard of someone making gold, share this video that we have already put in the chat, which is the creation of materials through fields using cosmic ray technology.
And also here, there's a big stink going on about people not wanting all those data centers because they swallow too much energy and raise the energy prices for all the people that live in the area.
Yes.
And the water too.
It was amazing that
Yeah.
was in the UK where they said they spent so many $1 billion now dismantling the windmills.
Yeah.
So, as Mr. Keshe said, the AI of today, so this may go belly up some of these AIs because they're just not going to keep up with the new brain chips.
And we have source of unending energy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I think they have a plan to put in some small nuclear reactors, which is okay with me for power and so on. But apparently they're contaminating water as they pass through the facilities. None of this is being regulated in the rest, but many of them may become obsolete. It will be a boondoggle, the way the windmills have become, apparently. So people will have put into it, but they won't get back out of it. And that's why we say this is not a coin for speculation. It has a fixed value on it. It's not the current system we have, buy low and sell high, and so on.
Stock market, no, it's not on the stock market.
Right. Although the Mark Ray Corporation in the US is on the penny stock exchange, I would show it, but apparently it has one of those things that's being worked on in the background. But it was quite detailed. Mm-hmm. When it comes back, it'll be even more detailed. And when they say what is there to buy, you can, once the foundation store goes to Shopify.com, which apparently it's in the works of doing, there'll be 150 or more products. And he mentioned about other artisans linking into their store. So there'll be many, many things as you start to see people collaborating with the foundation and so on. Small artisans, maybe for candles or mats or whatever they make. I don't know. A new type of flea collar for pets. All kinds. Cosmetics will be introduced. Herbs will be introduced and so on and so forth. So there'll be many, many things. As he said, the store has 150 products in it. It'll probably go to 5 or even 6 figures in the future. So it'll touch every aspect of your life. So whatever you're buying now in the future, you'll be able to buy a product with the plasma technology incorporated within it.
Which is safe compared to our matter state. It's much safer and has more elevation than present day matter state.
Okay, let's continue announcements. I don't know if we're get to everything.
The Keshe Foundation will start working on one of what we call human brain size chips, which means up to now you have processing. Now we create a dimension with a chip with emotion. This process will start very soon. And then we'll market this because effects in a way is not a AI compared to what we are doing. AI is already obsolete. Originally, I built this part of the system I wanted to introduce, but it was too early when we were in Valletta. The first brain chip was made, and it was made by knowledge seekers. I just taught the way. Now we bring this in a size enough to fit into your mobile phone, fit enough to fit into your, what we call even the body structure, that it can be fed, it can be changed, it can be every changes for you as communication, the feeding and the rest. So be ready to see the first actual human structure body chips in the very near future.
Any thoughts about implanted? Oftentimes we hear when they recovered bodies or what we call aliens or something, they may have certain technologies that they wear on their arm or on their wrist or perhaps as a fanny pack, as they call them, or something along that line. We see purses being carried in a way. So this may not be unusual in the universe. And maybe, again, it's like a Band-Aid until the problem is resolved. Or it may help you achieve the resolution of doing what you want to do. As he said, what did he say? For feeding, probably wellness, and for travel. In that dimension of energy, or what we call a dream state, even though that's misnamed, it's actually the reality versus the matter state illusion. And this is hard to reconcile. Again, even hearing the idea that you're feeding yourself 80%, or you could exist, by feeding off the fields without physically chewing, always seemed like a very tall bar to reach. But we're already 80% there, apparently. The universe, every other creature, this is the way the creation happened.
We need this, has to be completed. And we are asking if you are into chip manufacturing, not selling chips, but you understand the process of chip manufacturing, controlling of the systems, magnetic field control. We'll ask you to join us to complete this process in the next few weeks, because we cannot create the spaceship systems without what you call human chips. Without chips,
I thought he said you didn't need the Keshe Foundation because we cannot create the spaceship systems without what we call human chips. Without
I
chips,
thought that had to do with the soul, so that wrong intentioned persons or beings will not be able to enter and cause harm.
their soul won't let them enter. So he's definitely talking about, and again, they've been implanting things, your medical records, and a lot of police chiefs and others in the United States, military people, and so on. But this is not for identifying information. It's to allow you to absorb energies, apparently instantaneously. You want to go to the supermarket for something, and how are you going to get back? I'm not sure. He sort of referenced that in the past. But we'll have to see. But I think this is wearable or implantable technology. And of course, wearable, it can always be lost. Implanted, much more difficult unless you lose that part of your structure. And this will allow you to call upon something perhaps instantaneously, but this could be a century down the road. But it does seem like it's moving rather quickly, especially obsoleting the AI. So we're down to the end of this.
Which has emotion without the chips, understand what is right and wrong, and without a chip, which is made by us for our technology. Is there any questions? We'll try to answer, and we'll see where we go.
Okay, any other thoughts? Let's, we can, we'll go to the summary of the 655 Knowledge Seekers Workshop about the beautiful structure the Creator has put together, how even the soul of physicality and the soul of the man are connected. As he said, this knowledge has never been, this is unknown knowledge which was shared in this workshop. So if you think there's such a thing as unknown knowledge, listen to this workshop more than once, perhaps. Let's see if we can just move this over. I haven't put everything into the chat I wanted to. We were talking, but that's great. I think Yeah, here it is, that beautiful energy Magrav Merkaba, but it's much more than a Merkaba. Anyone want to comment on the Merkaba? We should have a picture to actually show it, but I always thought that was quite interesting if we had that dimension. And now we know we certainly do. Okay, so I think this is the teaching, and this is what the AI has summarized from this teaching, which is about 11 minutes. So let's just take a look at that, and then we'll go back to the actual 40-minute teaching and hear the details, which apply to you, totally about yourself and how you apply to yourself this understanding.
Welcome to this explainer. Go ahead and take a deep, slow breath, clear your mind, and just step into a space of profound contemplation with me. Today, we're diving into a really radical paradigm shift proposed by the source material. We're going to take a journey that moves away from a purely matter-based understanding of the human body and completely shifts gears into a plasma energy paradigm. It's a whole new way of looking at ourselves and the universe. We'll be breaking down our analysis today into 6 key areas. We're going to look at the dual system paradigm, the magnetic heart engine, breathing and detachment, universal plasma physics, the mountain demonstration, and finally, we'll wrap up with the concepts of sound, soul, and light. Let's get started. Section 1, the dual system paradigm, or going from matter to universal energy. To really wrap our heads around this science, the source defines the human entity through this fascinating dual system model. On one side, you've got the matter state. Think of this as your blood circulation. It's reactive and entirely limited by what we can physically measure. But then, on the exact opposite side, you have the energy state. This is represented by the lymph system, which the research frames as anticipatory and literally a direct participant in cosmic plasma. Now, right where this...
You know, when they first came out with the cars, when they went from the internal combustion, they went with a hybrid. And it definitely sounds like we are a hybrid system in a way, where they went from partial electric to, or internal combustion and partial electric. So it's a hybrid car, they were calling them, and we're sort of a hybrid energy system as well, where we have a matter state and we also have an energy state, not electron vibration as in electricity, but as in plasma. So I noticed that. Anyone notice anything about that? That we sort of have a dual fuel system within our structure?
Now, right where this energy state of the lymph and the matter state of the blood actually meet, they form what's called a fusing section. The text explains that this isn't just basic biological plumbing, okay? It's a highly dynamic energetic boundary. And it's the precise balancing of this boundary that actually creates the cells of your skin and other bodily structures. This whole concept brings us to a kind of geometric logic. It suggests that the literal 3D spatial positioning of our vessels is what dictates our physical boundaries. For example, if the lymph system sits on the top layer with the nerves tucked right behind it, that manifests as your skin. But if the blood vessel is positioned closest to the core, followed by the lymph, well, that manifests as bone. So we're really looking at a spatial architecture of energy here. 80%. Just think about that number for a second. While traditional biology is totally focused on caloric intake, the food we eat to survive, the reality presented by this research is entirely different. It proposes that humans actually absorb 80% of their total energy directly from the surrounding environment. And this happens through the lymph system, specifically right around the upper shoulders. The source also brings up a totally new way to look at blood pressure. It posits that your diastolic reading, that's the lower number, like the 80 in 120/80, isn't actually just the heart resting. Far from it. Instead, it represents the magnetic pull strength of the lymph. It's the exact amount of pull needed to draw that energy state lymph right into the matter state blood vessels. All right, moving into section 2, the magnetic heart engine, also known as the volcanic emitter. According to this research, your heart isn't just some simple mechanical pump. It's actually described as a biological black hole, literally, a high-order magnetic field emitter. You can picture it operating like a volcanic eruption of magnetic energy. It pulls fields from the lower sections of the body and fountains them straight upward to feed what the source calls the spirit of the man. So it's not running on the sandwich you had for lunch, it's running on this continuous, powerful draw and release of magnetic fields. 8 milliseconds. This very specific tiny gap in time between your heartbeats is said to represent a standard, perfectly healthy operation. And it's exactly inside this precise millisecond gap that the connection between your internal system and the universal lymph is maintained. It's a literal transfer window for the essential command codes of life. But here's the catch. This gap can actually shrink down to just 2 milliseconds. The text suggests that holding on to severe negative emotions actively alters that heartbeat gap.
So let's again show the gift of the three wise men, the thinking, speaking, and acting. And now we're making a deeper connection in why it's so important. Not only is it the ethos for this planet, but the ethos you'll carry across the universe, as I understand it.
A question, Mark, does it seem if it's 2 milliseconds when things are going very wrong, does that mean your heart is beating very quickly and there's less space between each heartbeat? That's what it sounded like to me.
Funny because he said sometimes your heartbeat is 80 and sometimes it's 65 and sometimes it's more, and children's heartbeat is 120 or 150. But he said the heartbeat doesn't matter. Apparently it's this gap, but I wouldn't know how to judge 8 milliseconds from 2 milliseconds.
No, I don't have any idea.
But
Thanks.
how to think, speak, and act good. And apparently this fulfills that in a way, to keep it at the 8 millisecond. But when we deviate, I'm just guessing now or thinking, but when we deviate from that, now you can't tell, as Gail said, from 2 milliseconds to 8 milliseconds, but it deviates. And that deviation by thinking wrong, talking wrong, whatever, creates that smaller space. And is that anyone's understanding? And this creates, as we'll see in the video, a problem for your wellness, either short term or long term. So this is a highly crucial, even though, as I said, somebody did wrong, maybe they even gotten arrested or persecuted for, prosecuted and incarcerated, and the rest of this, the solution is not to hate and to want to kill them, is to elevate them. So it's a hard thing, if your daughter was raped by others and, you had to see something like that, but the solution is to elevate the soul, that it doesn't remember to do that anymore. But you've also preserving your own structure in this process in a mysterious way, isn't it? Oops. But who can apply that? Only you.
When that happens, it imprints a literal death code directly into your physicality. And the research actually links this shortened VAP to the triggering of severe diseases like cancer or ALS. So, the really profound takeaway for us here is this. The claim is that our longevity, our health, and even our ability to eventually transition through space depend entirely on managing these internal magnetic gaps. We have to be incredibly careful about the emotional imprints we allow into our energetic fields. Which brings us to section 3, breathing and detachment. The mechanics of
Again, these fields that we let into our, you may want to help someone, but you do not want to get sort of attracted into that field that they're having an issue with. So this is where we have to be a bit more protective while still helping, but don't get co-opted into that same field, which is apparently can happen if we don't know what we're doing. And I'm still a half a doctor, if a doctor at all.
Mutation. The material frames the simple act of breathing as a massive energetic exchange. Think of the inhale as the psychological act of literally taking the universe inside of you, which creates a state of excitement. Then the exhale is releasing any unneeded energy right back out to the universe. By controlling this rate of exchange, the text says we can actually help ourselves master the absolutely critical emotion of detachment. And by mastering this detachment, well, the research claims a human being paves the ultimate way for transmutation. We're talking about transcending our physical limitations to basically become a universal energy pack. The theory is that by carrying the conditions of Earth completely internally, we could literally eliminate the need for spacesuits or heavy physical hardware to travel through the cosmos. Let's look deeper into that in section 4, universal plasma physics, and going beyond the constraints of matter. So the source material argues that there's a totally critical distinction between temperature and heat when we're talking about space. See, in the plasma state, fields expand completely independently of matter. That means a plasma field could technically have a temperature of 1 million degrees, yet physically remain ice cold. The Foundation uses this exact concept to completely challenge the mainstream idea that humans can't travel safely through deep space radiation belts. Think of meteorites hitting Earth's atmosphere for a second. They create this incredible friction and light right at the boundary line, right? But surviving in extreme cosmic environments, according to this new paradigm, is all about field expansion, not matter state limits. It's why life thrives in the freezing, crushing depths of the ocean or the vacuum of space. It's all because of the independent expansion of these plasma fields. Moving on to section 5, the mountain demonstration, science beyond academic limits. To definitively resolve a dispute about the creation of matter, the text outlines a pretty incredible demonstration held up in the Chinese mountains. It's claimed that right there, in the presence of 3 generals, gold was successfully produced in completely unconditioned atmospheric states. This was done to prove to the observers once and for all that matter creation relies entirely on universal plasma fields and absolutely not on specific planetary conditions. Now, as you might guess, the source notes a ton of resistance from established academics. They rely heavily on that classic show me to believe it mentality. The text even describes instances where physical production evidence was just allegedly ignored because of administrative deceit. Ultimately, the Foundation asserts that this science completely operates on its own independent merit. It doesn't need traditional academic validation to be true. And finally, section 6, sound, soul, and light, the ultimate transmutation. According to the material, the ultimate goal of all of this is reverse transmutation. The idea is that by understanding the deep mechanics of sound, we can actually use our own skin to absorb universal energy directly. The theory states that doing this fully saturates our physicality, and the incredible result? It renders the human digestive system and our current reliance on the violent consumption of other life forms completely obsolete. No more eating to survive.
Anyone want to describe this reverse transmutation. We're taking energy in, converting it to the matter state and plasma state as well. What's the reverse transmutation? Okay. I'm not sure. I thought someone may have an understanding they'd like to share. If not, we go back.
And so, at the very end, the source leaves us to ponder a massive question. Will humanity just remain trapped as consumers of matter, forever bound by gravity? Or will we finally master the emotion of detachment, absorbing the universe directly to take our rightful place as sources of universal light?
And of course, we have many black holes within us. Every crosshatch, every hair follicle, and everything else at its root is a tiny black hole. The heart is a major black hole, but he said the biggest black hole in the man is the soul of the man. And apparently, they're all working together. Even your breathing is working, as I see it, like a black hole, right? You're taking in the universe, the black hole pulls it all in and then releases what it doesn't need or what it converts back into basic materials. And it sounds like we're doing the same thing even with our lungs. So a lot of black holes sort of working together. I was always a bit fearful. Black hole, gee, you better stay away from that. And now we're starting to understand this is part of our whole energy. Any comments anyone would like to make? Okay, so I think we're going to go directly to the teaching at this point. Maybe I can just bring up the transcript over here and we'll go to the beginning of it and go through the 40 minutes. I'm not sure how much we need to play Alex's presentation as well. So we'll perhaps just listen to this because this is, again, all knowledge that is unknown to man, some of this. And again, it's continued to be opening up, but we're privileged and humbled, as we say, to be here and share it and popularize it in a way. And this is part of the freedom of the physicality and the soul. This whole works. Okay, here we go. This is Ed's, again, just a summary of the actual workshop.
Good morning, all day to you, as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge from Keshe American Knowledge Institute, we welcome you back. And the same way, same process, we try to add to the knowledge. In the past weeks, we have entered into a dimension of how we interact and how the fields of the universe interact with us and how we are part of the cosmic ray. If we follow on the same basis, again today we unravel new knowledge, unknown to the world of science, and gradually this becomes part of the...
But you're part of the cosmic ray. Maybe we're becoming cosmic ray men and women in our understanding.
World of knowledge. The same we did with the black hole some 20 odd years ago, and now the theory and the principle published in the black hole, creation of black hole paper, which was stolen by Stephen Hawking, now has become a common knowledge.
You'll find that paper has been put into the chat for your review. Basic understanding, but beautiful. And he uses the analogy of the lava and so on, and the tectonic plates is a very similar pattern of what we see in the black hole.
We see videos, we see teachings that now they explain how the fields now comes out of the what we call the black hole, and now is accepted. So we are 20 years, 30 years ahead of the world of science. And we've seen it, how it's done, how we brought the nanotechnology, how what we call, when we spoke about the new type of nanomaterial, we became criminal, and now is the language of every, what you call, scientific organization.
And again, he's talking about nanomaterials, and we heard all this stuff, the vaccine. Don't be afraid of nano coating or nanomaterials. Since man discovered fire, unknowingly, he's been nano coating. So anyone not cooking their food on the grill using fire, anyone familiar with that? That's opening up of the atomic structure of the outside layers of that energy, apparently. And this makes it easier to, so we've been using nano coating since man discovered fire. Nothing new. As he said, we've been in this knowledge the whole time, we just haven't understood it. So that nano coating and all this, nothing new to you. Don't think it's something new. You've been doing it for millions of years.
When we proposed the creation of specific diamond structure of carbon, this was pinpointed by the King of Belgium as a terrorist organization because we use gamma rays and we are Iranian nuclear physicists. And we saw how all this has hit the, what we call the fan. And now nobody comes to apologize. It's become part of the knowledge. Today's knowledge will change the course of man the same way. In time, you will see a lot of research on it because world of science listens to these technologies. World of science finds solution in what is taught. Today's teaching is very fundamental. The fundamental thing, part of it, is how your soul is connected to your soul of physicality, what we call the spirits of the man. How do we got it all connected without knowing within the physical structure of the man? What does this mean? We call the body of the man working on two systems, matter state and energy state. Energy state, we call it the lymph. The matter state, we call it the blood circulation. And where these meet a current, or what we call energy balance of a fusing section, then it becomes a matter part, instead of the skin of the man and the rest of it. And when it's one-sided, it creates a boundary. If you look at the structure of the vein of the man and the lymph of the man, and what we call the lymph pipes, I call them the veins, and the neurosystem, you see how, when the world of science looks, where the nerve moves and where the blood vessels move and when the limbs move dictates the boundary. In a way, we see blood vessels going all over the body. We see nerve lines going everywhere, and we see the limbs, which are everywhere. But if you look at it, they create that layer of dimension. This, if, for example, you have the lymph on the top end, or what we just see, which bleeds when we cut ourselves the liquid, white liquid, then the nerve or the blood behind it, this shows the boundary of the skin. This is where the skin is going to be. If now the blood vessel is closer to the, let's say, bone, and then you have the lymph system, and then you have the nerve system, this shows the boundary of, for example, bones, but in a specific condition. So now you understand how things played. We just see, we open the chicken, we open the body of a lamb, and we just pull the veins out, we pull the nerves out, and we say this is what it is. Our scientists never looked at the positioning. The most crucial thing in how the boundaries are dictated is by the position of the nerves and the blood vessels. When you look at the structure of the blood vessels, when you look at the structure of the nerve, when you look at the structure of the limb, then you see by just looking at it, if we put it in three-dimensional and look at it as a transparent unit, we see, this is how bone is decided to be. This is how vessels of the lung is supposed to be, how chest bones are created, how everything else can be explained. But there is one step behind this, which has never been understood, and it'll change the world of science. It's changed the world of what we call physiology and the chemistry of the body of the man. And
I just wanted to add that he said if we understand how this structure of ours works, it works exactly the same as the larger universe. So studying this universal body is, in a way, a map of understanding the universe. So more about understanding ourselves outside of the sort of matter state, even though matter is obviously involved.
Physics of the body of the man. Up to now, we say we have a soul. Soul is to do with the energy which comes from outside. What we have as the science of the neurosystem. We find as the science of what we understand to be part of the structure of the future of the man, which is what we call the spirit of the man. What happens to the spirit of the man? How does the spirit of the man?
So the soul of physicality becomes part of the future structure of the man. Is that everyone's understanding? The soul cannot create, apparently, without a soul of physicality. So this becomes the future part of the creation for the soul. It needs the soul of physicality, and when it doesn't depart, this is where we find these sort of some entities where the spirit has been left behind. We call them ghosts, we call them other things, but this is part of the separation that wasn't fully completed. The energy dimension of the soul has left, but not the soul of physicality. Apparently, it was so connected that it couldn't separate. I'm not sure for all this, but there are teachings about this where Mr. Keshe has released souls, gone into cemeteries and other places, and sort of gave the permission to go towards the soul, and that it was okay and part of the process. It's, again, quite deep.
Connects to the soul of the man, where we know the spirit is connected to the heart, it's connected to blood vessels. And then we know that what neurosystem is connected to the soul of the man. And then we understand the connection where the matter state comes is where the lymph manifests itself. How does what we call the spirit of the man, which is in the blood system of the man, connects to the soul of the man? It's very interesting. If you listen to the scientific world of today, which up to now, nobody, because we don't look at the energy side, we never consider that we absorb 80% of our energy from our environment, is how does the lymph mixes with the blood? Why you go and you take your blood pressure, it says 120/8. When it's empty, the heart empty is 8. It is all rubbish.
Does the lymph mix with the blood? Anyone? Or does it transfer its energy across? The same way when you put a food into your intestines, you make a gans out of it, and then you transfer that energy across the wall of the intestine. There can't be any holes in it. If it is, you become ill or could even die. So the gans that you're creating through the stomach and intestines has an energy, and the lymph on the other side of the intestinal wall picks up that energy from the matter state. 80% of our energy comes from the environment, and so doesn't every other entity's energy, apparently, if it all works a very similar way. And some have learned to take 100%. As he said, this is what man has to master, moving up a dimension in a way from conversion of gases and liquids into a direct energy conversion.
Because that 8, that lower level, is the strength that the lymph is pulled into the blood vessels. Our body uses the lymph to its maximum. When it becomes to the point that it reaches a balance of the energy, on the upper side of our 2 shoulders, the lymph feeds into the blood vessel. This is where your immune system comes in. So in a way, the dimension of the physicality merges into the spirit of the man. This is how the structure changes. And then that lower pressure is what actually pulls the lymph to become part of the physicality, which is absorbed by the soul of the man's energy. And once we understand this, once we comprehend that now the lymph, in combination with the blood of the man on the top of the shoulders, where the lung is, where the energy of the atmosphere is mixed, comes into the blood vessels and now goes to the heart, then we understand something very, very simple. The energy of the heart of the man, what it releases. If you look at your heartbeat, listen to your heartbeat. Oh, it's 80 beats a minute. That's not it. Your heartbeat is not 80 beats, 80 heartbeats. Sometimes it's 82, sometimes it's 84, sometimes it's 60, sometimes it's 100. But when you look at the children, they have 120, 150. This is not important. What is important for us to understand is what each bit releases energy, which is absorbed by the body. Look at your condition of it. Your beat, space of your beats changes by emotion. You get excited, the heartbeat goes up, the gaps reduces. But this energy which is released by that beat is not just a heartbeat. It's a magnetic field which the heart releases. And that magnetic field sets the condition for the whole structure of the body of the man.
So if your heartbeat goes up, the gap reduces, he said. And didn't we hear in the video the reduced gap is part of the problem? But perhaps not if you're still thinking, acting, and speaking good. Then it doesn't create that adverse condition, even if the gap is changed. Any thoughts or any comments? He says, as your heartbeat goes up, the gap reduces. We were just looking in the AI summary of a 8 millisecond gap is better than a 2 millisecond gap. I couldn't tell.
But what about a person who's jogging or walking fast and intentionally wants to strengthen the heart? It's interesting. So there must be some emotion has to be involved maybe in the difference. Like you're saying, you speak and you think and you do good. Is even if you're running to do good, maybe your gap is, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand that.
Let's say you're running to improve your physicality. I think that's good. But imagine if you're jogging and you're very angry at your boss because he took credit for all the work that you did in the presentation and to the board of directors, as if it was him who did the work. Now you're jogging, but you're angry about this. You didn't get recognized for this. You maybe didn't get a promotion. So
yeah,
negatively affect, even though you're trying to run to improve your physicality, those space gaps that are set by your thinking wrong, speaking wrong, maybe even you yelled at him when he wasn't there. You just blurted out, you're a so-and-so or whatever, you know, that causes unwellness in your structure later on. So even though you're running to physically enhance your physicality, your emotional side is actually bringing you down because you're focusing on that boss who took your presentation and presented it as his own, and it was a
So it's
success.
the cortisol from the stress that changes and interrupts even your hormone balances. So that would be the stress, the negative stress.
So this is some of the unknown knowledge that's being presented in this workshop. Anyone else? Thank you, Gail. Anything else you'd like to add? Or anyone? Again, we're just early learners in this whole process. Nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. Even Mr. Keshe, as I said earlier, he hasn't understood the whole block, if that was the word he used, but he's trying to understand the totality, and so are we. He might be a little bit further up or a lot further up on the ladder and sees things differently at his level of understanding. But again, we're all growing into it at different speeds and different strengths. So nobody's wrong, and I'm not going to criticize anyone from their position or what they accept or what they don't accept. It's up to them. Not my job to change their thinking.
You get frightened. You get angry with your child. You do all sorts of things, and your body composition and the beat changes, and that beat change. If you wish death into it, you wish you were dead in that breath, in that gap between the number 60 beat and 61, it imprints into the soul, imprints into the physicality, imprints into you getting MS in the future, getting ILS immediately. So when the doctors,
So if you were going to improve your condition and you understood this, Gail, would you run to improve the physicality of the heart, or would you stop all this wrong imprinting you're doing on yourself?
Yes, because if your emotion is wishing the negative death, that's the stress part of the emotion there.
Right. We're so looking at the physicality, and I don't think that would increase your existence. I think, yeah, it's good to exercise and all that, but once we realize that this imprinting we're doing to ourselves by the wrong emotion has a much greater effect than any sort of exercise, perhaps, that you would do to lengthen the existence of your physicality in a healthy condition. We would focus on that more than jogging for an hour or two.
Or if you're jogging, you're happy because the trees look so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Oh, no, that's good. Yeah, we need to. Apparently, it's much more important than we've given it credit for.
Yes.
And, sometimes Mr. Keshe said, even though not all instances, as we heard from the court case, if someone steals from him, he just goes and forgets about it in a way and goes and makes triple the money. As his father told him, if they stole it from you, they must have needed it. They needed it. So he just says he moves on and makes 3 times that amount or whatever. Doesn't get hung up in, so even though with the court case, this is a much bigger matter. We're not talking a few coins here. We're talking tens of millions of dollars that was deceptively taken. So that part of that it will be recovered, I'm sure. But normally he just moves on with it.
Doctors, if they look in a beat of the man, the gap between the beats, and they find out there's a gap in there which commands the death code, commands the wish of dying. There is a there which demands or commands the gap between number 62 and 64 now is 8 milliseconds.
Now, you don't even have to understand anything about this gap to make it happen. I know someone that went into a nursing home, fairly healthy, had a stroke or whatever, and he just said, I'm not going to be here, and I'm out of here. And within 2 weeks or less, he was gone. So you don't even have to know how this works. If that wish is strong enough, it does it. You don't even have to know about the gap or anything. It automatically embeds it. And I couldn't believe it when someone told me that later on. He said he was going to go, and he went. He was not for the confinement.
Next beat, the same count is 2 milliseconds. And that 2 milliseconds is so impact that affects the lymph which is carried in the blood to connect to the lymph which is outside, which is not joined the spirit of the man to create cancer, to create death code, to create, as it circulates around the body of the man, the cells to every cell switch off. It's time to die. This is how our life is dictated through the connection of the magnetic field of the heart of the man, which what we call the position of the heart is just because it's a more mass collection of the same liquid, which controls the physiology of what we call the spirit of the man. And interesting enough, if the scientists check, and we have done check, many scientific work has been done on this, is that the heart sends more information, more magnetic field to the soul of the man than actually the soul sends to the heart of the man. I'm here. I collect everything. And this is why when those space gaps between the heartbeat changes because of your anger, because of the stress, changes the energy release in what we call from the heart to the brain or to the soul of the man, which causes you the brain hemorrhages, creates you paralysis, it creates you tumors.
So lighten up, cowboys and cowgirls. All these negative things are really against someone else are really having a negative effect against your own structure and your own soul of physicality. So lighten up on the hate or anger and stress if you can. Again, you're the captain of your own ship and only you can apply it. You can tell me, I can tell you not to be angry, and you can say, I'm not angry anymore, but yet that emotion may come back and you're going to have to deal with it. Or you can just tell me you're not angry, even though internally you're angry. I wouldn't know. But again, you're bringing demise or the shortness of your existence in the matter state, it seems, and the shortness of existence of the soul of the man in the universe, which could be much longer, but by negatively impacting these fields through this emotion, through the wrong emotions.
Energy cannot be handled as a higher order that the soul of the man sends or receives, dictates if we have different kind of diseases. But if we manage to control the heartbeat, the gap between the heartbeat, the structure of the heartbeat, if we can control that, then we can condition ourselves into transmutation. You create the emotion of detachment from the physicality condition of the planet Earth, from the physical condition of anywhere in the universe.
And one way to do that is just close your eyes. No arms, no legs. That's what it's, in a way, similar to when you separate.
Then we become part of the structure of the soul, energy pack, which the physicality has no control. Once man understands this and how to control it, then man will be able to transmute across the universe. You do not need jumbo jets, you do not need Keshe Foundation transmutation system. But how does this work? How do we absorb energy? We can balance it, we can regulate it, and go back to the teaching of past couple of 2 or 3 years. And I've said that before, with your breathing, how you breathe. You have to understand the psychology behind breathing. When you breathe, it's not just the breath. When you breathe in, you take energy. When you breathe out, you release energy. With breathing in, you take the universe inside you. When you breathe out, you give to universe what you don't need. One is creating excitement and life, and the second gives life back too. And when you can control the rate of the breathing to the rate of what we call exhale, and then the gap between these two, you can control everything. Man has taken breathing as a normal thing. I just breathe. I woke up, I wake up. Why do the child cries when it's born into this world? Why do we go through that tension of the going through the what we call the first passage or through the birth tunnel to cause us to change? We need it as a mammals because we carry in a certain way the spirit of the soul. We go to it. Chickens does it different way when he makes the first hole in the what we call in the eggshell. We all have to understand what and how we connect to the energies of the universe. And we have not understood this. So as knowledge seekers, as the future scientists understand, when your lymph joins your blood circulation in the upper body of the man, where is the longest? That's why it's positioned in that way. Read, go into the physiology, go into the science of the physics of the man, you'll find the two wings which join into the blood circulation of the man on the upper shoulder, over the breath, over the lung of the man.
Anyone know anything more about this upper connection? Obviously, it's happening without our even being aware of it. It's working just fine, but now we're talking about perhaps a level of control that we need to master over this process. Anyone ever considered this upper shoulder area as a transfer point? I haven't. So maybe this is part of the new knowledge. And again, understanding conditions of unwellness through emotions. I once asked a nurse if, they were taking blood pressure, not on me, someone else. And said, they were talking about, the arteries getting clogged up. I said, you think the emotions have any role to play in blood pressure? And the nurse said, well, yeah, I never really thought of it that way, but yeah, they could. And I think it has a lot to do with the blood pressure in a way, or we can control it through emotions or exacerbate it with a different emotion.
It doesn't join it at the bottom of your leg. It doesn't join it on your head. It joins where the energy of the lung, which is connected to the dimension of what the universe gives you free, is connected to. Then you understand, if you take this a step further, you understand that the world of the creation does not need the lung. If you can create a dimension of the circulation where one pump, as the man has, connects to the dimension of the inner structure of the man, does not need to be blood circulation. You can cut many aliens to you and they won't bleed a thing, because they have transformed in evolution of their life into a higher order transfer of energies than the liquids. The same channels, we see these magnetic field channels from one galaxy to another. We see between the planetary system. Do we see blood in it? If we cut a galaxy, do we see it bleeding? No, it has learned to use the energetic channels of the magnetic field to sustain its structure. Section which disposes, sections which stores, sections which creates distance, sections which create boundary. We do the same. Do we need the blood circulation? Do we need the lymph circulation? No. In the same process we see in the world of the universe. If you look at the highest current, biggest falls, what we say Niagara Fall or Victoria Fall, are the biggest in the world of creation of the earth? No. The biggest falls are kilometers in the depth of the ocean. When one current moves to the other, it heats it up, it transfers energy across. And then we understand we do not need blood vessels. We do not need to transfer energy of the spirit of the man to the soul of the man and vice versa through any combination, because we look at it physically up to now, but to look at the magnetic field of the body of the man. If you put the body of the man on a magnetic field scan, as I said before, temperature doesn't come into it, pressure doesn't come into it, you will see that the heart of the man is a huge volcanic eruption, which takes the field from the bottom of the body of the man and any surface on the top and pushes it through this fountain as a magnetic field, not a blood flow, into the soul of the man, and then it connects with the soul in a dimension of lower energy. Then you see how even the life cycle of the man has decided. When the heart gets weak, when it gets old, this volcanic eruption cannot reach the soul. The separation comes. The soul and the what we call spirit of the man separate because there is not enough energy in the heart of the man to create that volcanic magnetic field energy to continuously feed the soul. I cannot do. We separate.
So again, the soul and the soul of physicality are separating not from each other, but from the physicality, as I understand it. But in another instance, Mr. Keshe, when the physicality is gone, then the soul of physicality is also gone. But it seems to me it's part of the creation, and the soul needs the soul of physicality. This is you in the dimension of energy with the whole structure. But as you said, if you take out the kidney, the magnetic fields are there. So if you go into the energy dimension, your whole structure is there, but just it's still you as you, but in the dimension of energy, like the dream, like the travel at night. But again, I'm not fully comfortable with it, but I'm understanding a little bit more step by step.
And that's where we stop taking food. We stop going through the process of death, as I explained before. Then we understand how we can create that separation with the soul of the planet, how we can create what we call detachment, how we can create a life in a dimension that up to now we looked at its physicality. Now we have to look at its dimension of energy, magnetic field. This is what it goes back again to what we call the creation of black hole. The heart of the man is that black hole where it pulls everything in, and in getting in, it releases fields which are invisible to us, but it feeds the soul of the man and the strength which the soul is connected to. We cannot feed the soul with a chicken and what we call kebab or a Coca-Cola. It feeds from the fields, it feeds from the magnetic field. It lives by the interaction of the essence of the world of the creation. Would the time come when the man controls his emotion through the magnetic field of the body of the man without the circulation of the liquid? This is the time when we become man of space, when we don't need blood, when we don't need anything to be able to survive, to cross the strength of the universe and to live in every dimension. We can do this if man learns how by breathing, if man learns how by controlling the rate of the breathing, how man controls the emotion by the rate of breathing, then you can see what it does. And then you understand even how we become alcoholic, we become drug addicts. Because that drug, that alcohol, in the dimension of the energy which creates, allows the separation or amalgamation of the soul energy with the physicality of the man, which becomes no need. Now I work in the dimension of the emotion of me without attachment to the what we call the physicality of the body of the man. If, as I always say, new knowledge, because in the world of science, understand the teaching of this morning, it'll be so easy for you to take another step towards the dimension of transmutation, living without need for any energy. You change the rate of the breathing, you change the rate of the flow of the energy from the lymph to what we call the physicality of the man, which is the blood of the man, and then you change the emotion, and then you understand you can separate, change the gap between the soul and the soul of physicality, where the soul takes over the dimension of the physicality, and now is the magnetic positioning of the field, the strength of the soul of the man and the planet.
I know this is quite deep and a bit confusing for me as well, where he said living without the need for any energy. What does this mean? I thought we'd always be addicted to fields. Living without need for any energy. You mean from the matter state or the breathing and so on? Where is the energy you would need to exist coming from? Okay. I'm not quite clear on that point.
You transmuted. Our ancestors used to do this. Many races in the universe do this. But we have to master this knowledge of the emotion with the breathing, which is detached from the dimension of the physical matter of this state. This is why when they call it hyperventilation, you go dizzy, you get different conditions, you absorb different energies. It's something which we have not been taught. And anybody who start teaching these has been tabooed because now they cannot control you because in dimension of physicality they do. If the knowledge seekers and the conditions we create, especially with the upcoming in ONNs that will release energies at a certain strength magnetic field, that with an app, your mobile phone is just a tool to connect us, our central control to you, that you can develop energies, understanding fields of emotion, which I said many emotions man doesn't know.
So again, another importance of the One Nation Network, that we release energies at a certain strength, magnetic field, that with an app, your mobile phone is just a tool to connect to us, our central control to you, that you can develop. So it's a system assist that you can develop energies, understanding fields of the emotion, which I said many emotions man doesn't know. So it's a training tool, a teaching tool in a way. And once you've gotten it, you don't need a system anymore. But he's talking here also, well, let's just continue.
Emotion of transmutation is something that you as knowledge seekers we yearn for, humanity yearn for, and we gradually learn it. We learn the emotion of love. We learn that emotion of love changes when you're a child to the mother, to the father, then the teacher and the lover, and then becoming your own child in your own hand. I want to be detached from the earth. I want to be in a dimension of space. That was the love of the mother. Now you learn another. How come we learn the emotion of love, but we have never learned the emotion of transmutation, detachment? Depends what word you put to it, how you explain it.
And again, understanding this transmutation and so on is an aspect to gaining immortality, which is a very precious knowledge where you play off the matter state against the energy state or operate in both.
And then we understand man is getting ready to reach that point. But this time, every man on this planet can learn. There's not exclusivity of those who make temples and rob the people, and there's not exclusivity of those who make guns and kill the people. It becomes what we call independently from everything else man does, but I decide I want to be on Earth today, and I want to be on the moon tomorrow, but I still carry the emotion of belonging to Earth. I return back. As I said, was the pleasure of going into the moon and still being in a spacesuit or be locked in a building that creates the condition of gravity of the Earth that you can survive. You have to bring that structure which you created, the condition of Earth, pressure, or whatever, into the body of the man, inside the physicality of the man. Then do you need a monkey suit? Do you need the skin of the man? Or do you transfer the energy, which we call the energy of the skin of the man, or in what we call our solar system, the land of fire on the boundaries of the what we call our galaxy or solar system, then we see the same principle, but acceptable, livable. This, what we call the skin of the man, is not the only boundary made for one entity. Our solar system has one. Our, what we call planet, has the same. Anything comes into it, we saw last night, was one of the highest rates for a couple of decades, 100 meteorites a day, now, going through the atmosphere of the Earth. You could see it from anywhere in the world. It's like you're walking through a field with a bunch of what we call needles and whatever thrown at you. If it hits you, you feel the pain. If it hits our Earth, you see the light. There's no difference. But we feel the pain. What is the emotion of the Earth when all these meteorites hit the Earth? If it's a living being, has an effect on it, same as with us. What is the condition of the creation? There's no difference between every structure of their life, be it an atom, be it an electron, be it a man, be it a galaxy, be it universe. Now you understand. If the world of science understands the physiology of the man, you have a whole structure to understand how the universe works. As long as you understand the structure of the fields and not the matter state.
So a beautiful understanding for the scientific community, instead of trying to explain everything slightly different because it's an atom or it's the body of the man. There is no difference between every structure of the life, be it an atom, be it an electron, be it a man, be it a galaxy, be it a universe. So it will simplify the whole understanding. It's just a matter of proportions and size, it seems. So this is part of opening up the understanding to the unknown to the scientific community. And over the next years and weeks, months and days and so on, more and more will become enlightened. And hopefully those who need to hear this will hear it and start contributing to this process of expanded knowledge, peace, and enlightenment.
Because once the structure of the field reaches imbalance with the matter state, you disappear. You become totality of the field. This is the beauty of it. This is why when they burn the body of the man, we get hardly any, because not much has been transferred into matter state. Most of it, the world of science says 98% of our body is water. 98% of our body is a dynamic, plasmatic, magnetic field in motion, not just water. Even if we listen to the new science, new technologies which is coming up, even the water itself is made of two liquids which cannot mix. That's why matter state of the water has such a complicated understanding for man. And it takes different shapes and dimensions in different states of the matter state, fields and pressure and temperature.
Yes, I was hoping Alex would be here, could explain a little bit more about this, but it's just an amazing revelation here. So many more new openings are coming, but it's a beautiful structure. It's developed over billions of years, apparently, and we can't seem to fully understand it in just a few easy lessons, as they say. This takes some time, but we're getting training assistance or other tools of teaching, understanding.
It has to be understood. If you are a plasma physicist, if you understand the world of the plasma, and you understand the work of the universe, there is a big difference between the temperature and heat. Your temperature can be 1 million, but the heat is 10 degrees. And this is what they don't teach our students in the world of the education of today. In the world of matter, temperature and what we call heat are related near enough. So we always calculate, okay, this has got 100 degrees and it's hot. In the space, in the world of plasma, you can be 1 million meter and still be ice cold.
And of course, as he said, once we explore past the surface of the sun and into the internal structure of the sun, we probably are going to find some icebergs or very large, very cold structures because, as he said, the temperature and so on is not connected, or it can be separated from the magnetic field strength. Could be temperature can be 1,000,000, but the heat is only 10 degrees. That you feel. So I think inside the sun, there's some anomalies which will be coming forward in the future time. Who could think an iceberg could be possibly internal to the sun? But we see the example right here, 1,000,000-degree temperature, but the heat is only 10.
Because it's the motion of magnetic field. This is how animals live in the depth of the universe, in our planetary system, in the depth of the oceans. And NASA gives us pictures, minus 100 degrees, 200 degrees, so many kilometers above the Earth, as we've seen from satellites, or from what we call other side of this planet, we see life moving like nothing. This is one of the fundamental points in the world of creation, that in the water state, the heat and the temperature are interrelated. Because they're so close to each other, we say, oh, when it's hot, it's 100 degrees. But in fact, in the polar plasma, it doesn't exist such a thing. And then when we see it, we don't understand. It says, oh, it's amazing. Because if you understand the world of the plasma, it depends if you get heated, and depends if your expansion of the fields allow you to feel the temperature. This is one of the biggest questions in the world of the astronomy, and we had two what we call units which left this solar system. They went into the what we call out of the solar system, and everybody says, oh, this belt, they're going to be burned. But those scientists who tell you that nobody can cross these things, and it's a lot of rubbish they're talking, nobody has left this planet, is that those people who have not understood the world of science, the world of creation. The world of creation works in magnetic field in the plasma condition. And in the world of the plasma, heat has no relationship to the temperature. There are two different entities. There are two different things. It looks hot and burning, but it depends if you have something which is so small, and then those things which create the heat, those, what we saw last night, those meteorites, what created all these, what we saw, the shining things, did they heat the Earth up? But at the point of their interaction, they had a high temperature. This is one of the biggest things that man has to move into. In quantum physics, they call it, what became originally as what we call plasma physics, is that we have to understand these differences. And our scientists have not understood. And then those who come up with and explain this, oh, they're ridiculed, because those who ridicule, it shows they never understood. Actually, they are the ignorant, and for them to show their ignorance, somebody else's. It's a typical, what I call, British mentality. Show me to believe it. No, you understand because you're an idiot. You have never understood. You lack understanding the world of creation. And this is what needs to be changed in the world of science and education of today. Anybody ridicules you, this is against the law of physics, this is your physics, because that's the level you understand. This is how ignorant you are to the full process of the creation. Now, show me for me to believe, you have to prove. No, you add to your knowledge that you understand what I'm talking about. This is what has brought man to the position of today, and the education system has to change. That we accept this is what it is, I have to understand it. No, it cannot be unless I say so. We sat there with the most eminent academician in the world of science of China. Nobody is above this gentleman in the world of science in China. When it comes to rare earth material, President Xi of China swears on this gentleman. He sat in front of us. The minute we explained creation of matter, The only thing he could say for 5 minutes to the generals of Chinese army was, "Buka, buka, buka. No, no, this is lie. This is lie. I'm an academician. I'm the world's eminent scientist in the world of rare earth material." He talks rubbish. What happened? President Xi, with his insight and all the knowledge what we call they had, Chinese military said, he says cannot be done. He says he can. Take him to the mountains and let him do. We went for 1 week with the knowledge seekers in the mountains with the 3 generals with the Chinese army.
And just to say, I think Ed is looking for that video to clip out that particular clip where he was in the mountains and you could see the cigarette smoking and particles in the air and some lights and so on. And there's a whole story that goes with this, with the 3 generals. So we'll be seeing more detail about that. But it was in one of the previous Knowledge Seekers workshop, which can be found.
We produced gold. We've showed that the matter is unconditioned to the atmospheric condition of this planet. What happened when he came back? The guy cheated. He destroyed the evidence of production of 2 materials, which was imminent. He hasn't produced these, but they were blank in the chart. Then we showed that for him to keep his eminence, he had to lie because he couldn't comprehend the world of science that moved forward. And what was the outcome? Keshe technology does not need academician to approve it. It works on its own merit. We don't need to approve anything. This is why we placed ourselves in China, because we don't need to approve anything. We work on our own limit. We work on our thing because you, as knowledge seekers, have been brought up to understand. Most of you, when you talk to the ordinary people, Keshe technology is rubbish. No, you don't understand because you've been brought up with a matter state. Your knowledge is good for matter. Your knowledge is good for energy. And then you understand how everything is connected to each other. How, as knowledge seekers, you have not to just push with your knowledge what you learned today, that how the soul is connected to the spirit of the man. You explain scientifically. And then what it is, you've done your job. You understood. But the most important part is how you apply this to yourself to become man of the universe. How you understand this to become what we call in a position to be transmute. How you control your emotion, how you control your breathing, how you change direction of the sound to create dimension of creation. The sound of the universe in this corner where we are, where our solar system is, where our Earth is, where we are, is not the same as the sound in other point of the universe, because that sound in that part creates specific materials because it's the resonance transmutation to transfer of energy to matter state, which means that sound in that point of the universe allows only, for example, carbon-10 to become matter state, not carbon-12, which we are used to. If we go there, we cannot exist. We become energy. Then we understand, even in the teaching of the last week and the week before, what I tried to bring you, we have to understand the totality of knowledge as a holistic science, not at what it feeds us, and we understand. And this has been the backbone of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation. As you knowledge seekers, you become holistic. You understand the matter state, you understand the energy, you understand the connection between the energy and matter, and how sounds plays, what frequency plays, what pulses play. And when you understand all this, you hear the sound of the Creator, the sound of the creation, because then it's all the same, silent. The world of Mitra, you cannot talk. When you don't talk, you cannot talk back, you cannot think back, you cannot do back. So you end up with one thing, create what is the best of, which is the world of the creation that our Creator has created. Then we understand how close we are to our Creator and how far we as human beings have positioned ourselves to be far, because we are attached to the dimension of physicality, not in the dimension of the creation. Then those who understand a little bit of this play the game of the devil. And what we call, they become the advocates of the crime, to separate the soul of the man from the soul of the creator with all the rubbish we seen in the textbooks of the religions. No religious book has ever written, has ever been done, which brings the soul of the man close to the soul of the creator. All religions separate the soul of the man from the world of the creator to be able to abuse the physicality of the man. Now you understand how you, as knowledge seekers, can become even the teachers of those who you call aliens, and in a time to come, the soul of the man meets in the dimension of the creation of the creator. One day mankind will understand the teaching of today, and they understand what has been unraveled in the world of the creation of the creator, not in the dimension of the physicality of the man. And anyone ever tells you this is rubbish, say yes, rubbish, because you don't understand. Even, you know something, a madman always claims everybody else is mad, that he can confirm he is okay. And you're that man. You can stay that madman as long as you want to be. Add to your knowledge, and then you see what I see. And then you see that even I don't see the whole lot, but I try to understand the totality. If the mankind understands the connection between the lymph, the blood of the man, the heart of the man, and how lymph, when he enters the dimension of physicality, transferring the energy of the universe into the bloodstream of the man will understand how he can transmute using the same system in the reverse composition. What does this mean? Is that we absorb from our skin the energy of the universe. With our neural system, we convert that in the matter state of the lymph condition. And then when it's absorbed by the lymph, we feed it back into the blood vessels of the man to the dimension of physicality. Our physicality is saturated with the energies of the universe, which are absorbed by the skin crossing into our lymph, which then through 2 points on top of your shoulders is fed back into your blood. So now you understand how you can convert that, and through the blood, in a way with a lower field strength and a higher neural system, create the body of the man. But does the man need that to be in the dimension of physicality, or would be able to point comes that we can transfer the energy of the physicality to energy of life without condition of the place, time, position, and possession? Now you understand how close you are and how your spirit is connected to your soul, because the soul of the man attracts the fields of the universe, fits it through your skin to your lymph. Lymph joins the physicality of the man through the blood circulation, and then it becomes part of you. The question is, can you change the strength of the field of your soul, or absorption of the fields that thy shall not kill? That you can absorb the energies which joins into your blood vessels through the lymph, through the upper part of the body of the man to feed the man. Then do you need the digestion system? Do you need to kill to live? But you learn to absorb the energy and feed the physicality with it. Then the soul of the man exists, the spirit of the man exists, and man does not need to kill. I have unraveled the secret of the creation from the creator to you as a human being. I hope you understand. And then I hope mankind will move into dimension to understand how he can exist across the universe without killing, without destroying, but become a source to absorb what the universe does not need, to generate it into a flower of the soul of the man, to become the essence of the creation of your universe, to become the seed of light, to become the seed of a star. We are messengers, and we are the teachers, and we teach the truth about the life cycle in the universe, and not what those who want to cheat man to get involved in. As Muhammad said, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. This is the beginning and this is the end. It's for man to understand.
Okay, very powerful teaching. Again, unraveled probably for decades at least, maybe into centuries. But when we hear this is where science meets the soul of the man, now we're understanding a little bit more, because they understand this process better than humanity understands itself, apparently. That's why they call them universal teachers, because they're bringing enlightenment and peace, if we understand it and we apply it. So the whole idea, show me and I'll believe, is for you to say exact same thing back to them, in a way. It's for me to understand. And if I understand it, I don't need to show for you to believe. Okay, anything else? Any comments? Some may have just seen this for the first time, but hopefully it goes to where it's supposed to go. Let's just do the Dome of Peace rather briefly, and then we're going to go to Alex's teaching. So it's a two-step process, creating the Dome of Peace, something that will continue until we reach that permanent peaceful position on this planet within ourselves and so on. We can join with the universal community. So you're all invited at 9 p.m., which is just about an hour before now, every day, for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the soul of totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. An ongoing process, a two-step process in a twinity, something for the physicality to do and something for the soul to do as well. So again, a two-step process. I'll just bring up the images of what the Brazil team, and they have a beautiful program set up in Brazil where you can join. Again, you don't have to sign up to be a member, but they have full YouTube channels. As you can see, some of these connections with a lot of transcripts, easy learning. And these two backgrounds, one is for Sunday. This is where we're using the physicality. We're releasing the GANS waters, gas as a nanosolid. Again, you're releasing the waters, not the GANS itself. And we're doing this collectively at 12 or 6 p.m. Central European Summertime or Central European Time. Here's some of the websites, Keshe_Brazil, KesheBrazil.com, where if you know someone who speaks Portuguese, or even if they're mostly very fluent English speakers as well, direct them this way, or you can join these different, like the intention on Wednesday, which on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central European Summertime, there's sort of a formal meeting on the Telegram where you can join and go through this whole process. It's more detailed, but it's about 30 minutes, and participate in the elevation of the souls of the leaders. And then you can apply it as you choose to different things. Maybe it's a condition of unwellness in someone else, and apply this transfer of energy. So this is the first step. Let's hear from Stefania, then we'll hear from Shweta on the second step.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So again, easy for you to participate in the elevation of the soul of this planet just by releasing the GANS waters. It knows where to go, what to do, and to bring balance into every situation. Again, it may not happen in one day, but over time. And again, as you release these waters and you put good intentions in them, they're carrying your intentions of peace and wellness and so on for elevation of the world leaders. So now this is something for your physicality to do. Now we'll go to the using the collective power of the soul. And of course, when we're in a collective mode, we have a wider spectrum of fields, as we understand when we made the cup of life. And we set it the way Mr. Keshe instructed it to be set. It worked. So let's just hear the second step of the Dome of Peace. And this is very similar to when we gather and we have different strengths of fields. We're putting them together as a beautiful bouquet, sending them together to the soul of the world leaders. If the soul decides to pick up some of those fields, it could change a dimension within the dimension of their physicality. But again, it's not for us to sort of look for the change, even though that's our intention. It's just to learn to give from your central energies unconditionally, as I understand it. So let's hear the second step of creating this Dome of Peace. And of course, there'll be another aspect to this where we have the One Nation Network also creating a peaceful grid network for everything that's within it. So there's another, and I think it's going to connect to the GANs you've released as well, that you will release and you already have released. It's going to somehow connect through this cosmic ray technology to everything you've already created and released.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Stefania. Thank you, Shweta. Let's just bring this up if we can. Let's just demonstrate this. Remember, working through the power of the soul, physicality not involved. So you can be doing whatever you do in the physicality and still participate in this process. So what we're going to do is just demonstrate it for 1 minute. Collective power together. We can see we are elevating the souls of the world leaders. We're at 89%. Of course, this was just something I recorded, something charging something else, but it's the same principle we're seeing. And the beauty of this, when you do participate it, a nanosecond of your life or longer, nobody fails this test. So we're already successful in it just by your intention to give for their elevation. Whether we see it, time, I think, is irrelevant in this whole process. So let's just demonstrate this for a minute. Collectively, we'll do this, the same process that happens. Again, no formal meeting, just you taking your own time and collectively benefiting the entire humanity. So let's just demonstrate this for 60 seconds. We'll start now. So this is how easy the process is. Again, if you had to try and work with world leaders or religious leaders in the matter state, take a lot of energy, a lot of money, and a lot of time. This is a conservation of energy where we're using the master connection, which is the soul of the creator, to reach and to offer, not forcing, but to offer fields for the elevation of the souls. And of course, these souls are quite low, otherwise they wouldn't be in that position, but maybe they are playing an important role that we learn not to repeat these same sort of mistakes in the future. So everyone's successful, and we're just raising the collective awareness in humanity to want to bring the change. The same way with your emotions, I think, can set your physical structure on edge. Doing this process can actually elevate without working through the physicality, as it takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of money, and you probably wouldn't even get an audience for a minute or 5. We just had an audience, and we touched the souls of the world leaders in a way. They recognize nothing's hidden from the soul, so they recognize we're also giving to them. But again, it's up to the soul to pick up those fields. We're just on the unconditional giving end and learning about this and how we'll use this process, I think, in that energy dimension. Okay, now I think we're going to go to Alex's presentation. I think today it's on myelin, but let me find it if I can. Yes, myelin, which is part of the, oops, where did it go now? I thought I just had it here. Yeah, okay, it's behind the screen. So let me just, and I can't seem to size this actually properly. All right, but we're going to play it. Thank you, Alex. We do look forward to your soon return, as the fields of the meeting aren't exactly the same when you're not with us. Thank you for sending this presentation. It's about 48 minutes. This is Alex's understanding of aspects of the technology. And of course, everyone has, in a way, a unique understanding, but we're also, hopefully we can take a little bit, a lot of it, or all of it, as you, just like with the teachings. Hopefully everybody's taking something today, or others have taken more, and I don't know if everyone or anybody can take all of it, but I think it also applies to Alex's teaching. And with the water and other things, Alex, we look forward to you, especially with the cosmic stone. I think you'll have a beautiful story to tell on this cosmic stone as well. Mr. Keshe referenced last week, a type of cement or concrete, perhaps, that's much more durable than what they're using today. We'll see this also come out. I know you have some expertise in that, but thank you again for sharing, and let's go right into that. After this, we can have a discussion, and we'll play the final disclaimer, and the session will come to an end. So this has been quite a long session, but again, we may be absorbing more than we even realize in the matter state understanding of the soul process. So if you have to go, if it's too long, no problem. This will be put in the different chats, I believe, as well, by Elizabeth. Here we go. Thank you again, Alex. Look forward to your.
And good morning, everybody. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026. Thank you all for being here. And it's a very important time. So let's get into it.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome again, Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026. You're all part of a very important process. So I hope you enjoy the session here as we move right along. So, interesting thing is going to happen. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're into the Advanced Matter Tech series. Today's topic is myelin. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It will be August the 16th of 2026. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we've been saying, we have for many, many years been discussing these topics and, shall we say, building the many, many layers on the cake of knowledge. And somehow we want to keep moving ahead, but we don't want to leave anybody behind because we only have probably less than 14% market penetration. And which means there's a lot of people who not only don't understand the science, but even never heard of the possibility of the advanced science. But interestingly enough, today, we are actually going to go full cycle and pretty much go right back to the beginning in order to understand where we are at today. So we are talking about the rings of duality, but there's an aspect of it that we're going to focus on in this series, and that is the magnetical aspect of the rings of duality. And we will see how that impacts on everything that we're doing here. So reviewing many principles, and particularly principle matter, we have to understand that the PMTECs themselves are magnetical. And so they're just energy packs that are traveling and diverging all over the universe. And they come together in a force field that we call a dilution field, and bringing together the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen attributes of the PMTECs and converting into a plasmagen. But this plasmagen has one more step, and that has to convert into physicality. And so we have this maggrav condition we call Earth space, and that is a gravitational aspect to counterbalance the magnetical aspect, and the field interaction that comes between those two is what we call inertia. And then we have the physical manifestation of the Earth space. We also have the physical manifestation of the man space. And it all comes together from these three different fields coming together. And this concept repeats itself. Fundamentally, we say when two forces come together, and so we created our Earth space, and we saw that planet, and we chose that planet, and so we too brought two forces together to come together. But we actually created three separate forces rotating fields. And this was on the X, Y, and Z axis. And so this inertia manifestation had nothing to do with time and distance. It had to do with field strength. And so when we look at these overlapping fields a lot closer, the characteristics are that there are gravitational spirals and there are magnetical cascading circles. And they are overlapping. And what's most important is that these are rotational fields. And you'll see that come into play today. In review of what we've talked about in the past couple of weeks, cascade is an important word, which means a small waterfall, a fast downward flow, or a chain of events where one thing triggers the next. So in water and nature, a small steep waterfall or a series of small falls over rocks is a cascade. But a chain reaction is a process where one event, action, or signal causes another, like falling dominoes. But a cascade is not one bunch of falling dominoes. The dominoes are repeating, just like the waves coming in, crashing into the shore. And when it's a large amounts of cascades, a great rush or heavy downpour of things such as water, light, or hair falling, that too is a cascade. And so the whole cascade process is where things fall, flow, or happen, but it's in a sequential series. So when we reviewed last week melanin, this was a natural pigment that gives color to human skin, hair, and eyes. And there are specialized cells called melanocytes that produce this pigment. And so it helps protect the body by absorbing and scattering harmful ultraviolet that we call UV radiation from the sun. And we found that there were eumelanin and pheomelanin, and most importantly, neuromelanin, which is a specific pigment found in areas of the brain. Today, we're discussing myelin, which is a fatty protective substance that wraps around the nerve fibers of what we call the axons of the neurons. Hockey players would understand this. It acts like electrical tape on a wire or a hockey stick. This insulates the nerve and helps the electrical signals travel fast and smooth through your body. But it's not as simple as that. So let's review a few things so we all are in the same level playing field. We see that the vacuum theory is a failure because if the outer space, what we refer to as the outer space in conventional science, which we refer to as the in-between space, this is full of the principal matter. And so that principal matter is actually a charge, is energy in motion. So there's a direction on that charge. And if we look at the relationship between water, for instance, water itself is an energy parceling unit. It contains hydrogen and oxygen, and the two hydrogens are what make up the H2 part of the H2O. But the oxygens are big and the hydrogens are tiny. So how do we account for the fact that the Maggrav condition, which is a balanced system, manifests as a round water molecule? And then, additionally, there's this shearing that goes on where this energy parceling unit is sheared, where one electron is sheared right off the water molecule and converts it into a hydroxyl. So the electron now becomes positive because it is an energy package, and the hydroxyl becomes negative because it's missing that package. So the hydroxyl is clearly looking for a partner. And the positive hydrogen is the reagent. It facilitates the transaction. And so this is going on and on and on repeatedly. So we see this happening when a raindrop hits the surface of the water. And it creates this beacon effect, where from that point of impact, it manifests into the magnetical strength, and it's imparted through its gravitationally inherent picocore. And it creates these waves, and these waves go up and the waves go down. So we refer to these waves basically by what we see on the upside. And what's interesting is that the waves are quite narrow in diameter in the center, and then they expand as they go farther away from that point of contact. And so we have this continual reference to these waves, and we see that in the transmission highway. We look at frequency. We see the frequency of sound, the frequency of light, and we see the frequency of matter like carbon-12. But when we look at the transition highway, there's more. There's carbon-14 and carbon-10, which actually doubles the number of carbon in the range. So which is it? Is it 12 or is it 24? Or so if it's double, we would expect that the transmutation highway would have 48. But it doesn't. It has carbon-16 and carbon-8. So what is the difference? The difference is the gap between the two. So if the transmutation highway has 24 and the transition highway is 24, obviously the transmission highway is missing something. We're only seeing half the picture. And that repeats itself all the time. When we look at the 10 Commandments, we're missing another 14 of them, again, for a total of 24. And there's this very singular thinking where thou shalt not do this and not do that, and those are the only guidelines that you have. So we need these guidelines because we are the fallen angels. And the falling, again, like a cascade, indicates a weakness. So the falling is through faults, failings, and weaknesses. And so it increases our angular density, and it increases the pressure and the gravity, and of course it increases our dependence on the Earth space feeding. But there's a counterbalancing internal pressure of the Gans fields within us. So this angular momentum is actually conserved, as all of nature is. And that's why we see in confrontations, the duals always are involved duality, where energy manifests as friction and fists manifest into fighting. So we see, to create this duality, create divisions in our society through racism and lying and cheating. And then we have to wonder, would a chronic liar even believe you? And so this creates an inertia density manifestation where these two forces come together. But we need to be polite, of course. So gentlemen, shake hands and then come out fighting and fulfill your energy binding needs. These are very fundamental, very important. They are self-serving and they are your dimension point, that me, myself, and I-ness. And we will do this at the expense of anything, including others, who also depend on that me, myself, and I-ness. So this energy binding becomes a focal point. It's a focal point to our existence, into our energy binding. But as we will find, there are other things to consider, because when we're doing this energy binding, we are actually satisfying our Lush requirements. And so not only by robbing others do we cause them to be a loose leaker, but in the process of cheating others, you become a loose leaker. And all this does is it reduces our vitality. But we do have this capacity, and regular is just not going to cut it. So we need to have a superconducting vitality capacity enhancement facility. And that's what we're working on. But in order to do that, we have to abandon the old science and look at the new science by thinking outside of the box and look at the dynamic as it happens. Things don't just double, but they multiply by 10. So when we go from the micro down to the nano, that's 10 times 10 times 10, which is 1,000 times. And then to the pico, another 10 times 10 times 10. Now we're in the million times smaller than the micro, which is already beyond our immediate interest level. So the plasma science is exceeding our interest level. And if we choose to ignore it, then we will choose to ignore what happened in Beijing in 2025 when the gold rush began and we were producing gold gants. And then in 2026, we had the silver rush. But this all was achieved with obsolete singularity technology because it was missing something. So we've been discussing the books of Merentevakoli Keshe, as in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And so we've already referred to this as the coming together of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter state. And book number 2, The Structure of the Light, where you have these two matter states that are connected by light, which itself has a structure. So you have the two joined together. But in book number 3, you have the singularity splits up into the duality in the origin of the universe. And so our focus has been on that tiny dot, which we call Earth space, and our domicile, which many is a modern day cave we call a condominium, is even a tinier dot. And we totally ignore man's universe. What hope do we have of entertaining the rest of the universe, our sister universe, which is even larger than our little man's universe? So for 443 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council of Earth Space have been bringing together the understanding of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And we continue to do that because we are not alone. And so to understand how we can navigate, we have to understand the plasma rule. That is, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Not the higher strength eats the weaker strength or beats the weaker strength. So either way, when these two fields come together, that's a transaction zone. So it could be a conflict point, as it often is in fighting and war. But then, too, it's a binding zone where the warring parties are actually part of that inertial density manifestation. And so, which one do you blame? Well, as the last man standing, you have choices. Did you know that you have choices? And you have to make these in sequence. So there's a gravitational attraction, that's part of the feedback, and the magnetical repulsion, that's part of the feeding. And you have the capability to turn on and turn off that feeding, and increase and decrease the strength, and enhance and diminish that positioning. And so that's how the stronger feeds the weaker. And you are a key player in that machine because you have cellular stability in that neutron in the nucleus, that gravitational interaction that interacts with that out-tensity interaction. So you have the concentric circles of the phospholipids, and then somehow the energy transcends and engages with the outside. So where you have the coming in of the nutrition and the exiting of the waste. This is an ongoing process. As you're sitting there, You're doing this in each cell 250,000 times per second. We are busy. So the melanin is universally present. Every human has melanin and cells that make it, regardless of their race or skin tone. So neuromelanin is found in specific brain nerve cells, and it forms from the breakdown of chemical messengers like dopamine. And it builds up as you get older and helps trap harmful metals. And we know the pollution problems on this planet. We have a lot of pollution and a lot of heavy metals. So the neuromelanin, which is found in the brain areas, is in regions that control movement and stress. And so, of course, these areas under examination look dark or black. And there's a certain cell type that sits inside special brain cells that make dopamine and noradrenaline. And then there's the subject of growth. This builds up slowly over time as a person ages. So unlike skin melanin, which is present early. Remember, the brain cells are also present early. So the dopamine itself, remember, is a chemical messenger or a neurotransmitter made in the brain, and it plays a major role in how we feel pleasure, stay motivated, and move our bodies. And if we look at the chemical structure, now we understand we have the two hydroxyls at one end that are gravitational, and the nitrogen, which is the H2. Now you see it's H2N, not H2O. That becomes magnetical in that relationship. So we have a direction of flow. And that flow sends signals between nerve cells in the brain. And it drives the brain's reward system when you eat, win a game, or achieve a goal. And this, of course, helps you control body movements and coordination. And it regulates focus, memory, and mood. But low levels of dopamine are linked to Parkinson's disease, and high spikes come from things like phone scrolling, drugs, or junk food. And this leads to crashes in mood or habits of addiction. So when we look at the cerebral cortex, which is known as the cerebral mantle, this is the outer layer of the neural tissue of the cerebrum. The brain in human and other mammals. And there is what we call a 5-HT2A receptor. And this affects cognition, learning, and memory. It is highly expressed in this cerebral cortex. So this receptor is a cell surface receptor that activates multiple intracellular signaling cascades. And what we refer to as gray matter is the largest site of neural integration in the central nervous system and plays a key role in attention, perception, awareness, thought, memory, language, and consciousness. But let's understand these are all matter state attributes. When we get to the corpus callosum, we see that the cortex is divided into left and right parts by the longitudinal fissure. This separates the two cerebral hemispheres. And they are joined beneath the cortex by the corpus callosum. Today's topic, myelin. This insulates nerve cell fibers to stop electrical signals from leaking out. I don't know where, but somewhere. And the myelin speeds up brain messages so you can move, think, and react fast. But it leaves tiny uncovered gaps And these are called the nodes of Ranvier, where signals jump from move to move even faster via saltatory conduction. So the myelin forms what's a sheath. That's like a sleeve that's wrapped around each nerve cell or the neurons. This is a protective layer of fat called lipids and protein that coats the main body section of the neuron called the axon. So here we go way back to a discussion we had about nerve growth. And we see how the neuron has a head and it has dendrites. So, of course, the head is gravitational and dendrites would be magnetical. And we see that there is a synaptic gap from one neuron to another neuron. But then there's also a gap between the myelin sheath that is around the axon. And so each myelin sheath has a rotating field. So the myelin rotation, first of all, is around the axon shaft. How does the myelin grow? Well, around the leading edge of the axon shaft rotation is another rotation. And then on that leading edge, there's a point that's rotating around that leading edge of the axon shaft, or rotation. Excuse me 1 second, please. So you've had a moment to think about it. There's a rotating field around the axon shaft. There's a rotating field all around the leading edge of the axon rotation. And there's a point that's rotating on that leading edge of the axon shaft rotation. You have 3 rotating fields coming together. This is called growth. And we see that in snails. A snail shell is like a rotational cornucopia. So we see that in the center, it is tiny, and it gets bigger as it goes outside, just like that raindrop. And then the snail secretes this calcium compound around the leading edge. And it keeps going around the leading edge in a spiral formation, and you can see the striations in the shell. Now, what's really interesting is that this shell is made from calcium, and it calcifies underwater. Now, let's jump to the nodes of Ranvier. So the myelin is formed in sections. Each section is called an internode. And so the myelin sheath itself has a chain of internodes. And between each chain link is a gap. The nodes of Ranvier are rich in positive sodium ions. So now we have to review again. A charge is energy in motion. There's negative and positive charges. So based on surface to volume ratios, the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. So the smaller particle is a higher negative charge, and the negative gives and the positive takes. And here's the catch. The catch is the energy can be flowing or binding. And let's go back even further. We discussed the chains of man, where we have this atomic theory where atoms are linked together, like in a chain. But the nanocoding is a monatomic structure. You don't have this physical link. It's unchained, and it allows superconductivity. And then let's review again the picoatomic state, which is beyond the nanomonatomic state by 3 orders of magnitude, and it creates this pico beacon from this gravitationally inherent field strength, just like the raindrop, and it creates an emission array, just like the raindrop. And so there's this nebulous blurry point in the nano gap where the picoatomic structure begins. And so we've been asking every week, is the point or the gap more important? Well, so we find that the gap in the myelin sheath is extremely important. The word saltatory comes from a Latin word that means to leap or jump. And saltatory conduction is the fast way an electrical nerve signal moves down a nerve fiber. So instead of moving smoothly along the whole fiber, the signal jumps from one open spot to the next. Cascade style. So let's remember the synonyms for cascade include waterfalls, torrent, a gush, depending on whether you mean a physical flow or a chain reaction. So myelin growth is supported by cells named glial cells. And these cells are formed by Schwann cells, and they're in your outer peripheral nerves. And they're formed by oligodendroids in your brain and spinal cord. So the opposite is demyelination. That's that loss or damage to myelin. It slows down or stops brain signals. So now we have another link to another disease like MS, multiple sclerosis, where the body harms its own nerve insulation. Or the Guillain-Barré syndrome. People can develop these symptoms after an infection or very rarely after a vaccination. It's a rare condition that causes sudden numbness and muscle weakness that can affect most of your body. It happens when your immune system responds abnormally and attacks your peripheral nerves. And then there's neuromyelitis optica. This is an antibody-mediated immune attack on your optic nerves and spinal cord. So now we see the connection between what we feel and touch and what we see and what we are made from. In other words, those from Missouri only see half the picture. But the DNA sees both. And we see this screw duality, the double helix of the DNA, where you have these overlapping dual spirals, and a double helix of the RNA. And it facilitates the matter state to plasma state transitioning. Let us remember that these rotating fields are spherical. So for 630 Knowledge Seekers workshops, We mentioned the embedded inherent frequencies, where the soul and solar physicality threshold requires that blur fill, but somehow we always hit that bullseye. So how do we bridge that gap? How do we jump that gap? And are we ready to break on through to the other side? So we've been toying with the cups of life, and we see the Magrav condition involves the magnetical cup of emotion and the gravitational cup of physicality, because there's always a balance. And that is the plasma matter dilemma. How do we have this balance between this physicality, which we are so dominant with, and this plasma state, which is novel to most of us? And so each state, be it atomic, nano, or GAN state, is in balance. And the plasma state, too, is in balance. And each of these positions is a Magrav. But we can transcend the different states through energy transfer states, which are also a Magrav. And then we have the cup of the universe, where we have the brain connecting to the universe with its copper GANs, zinc GANs, and carbon GANs. And it interacts with the pineal gland. And each position is a Magrav. And then the manifestation, we have to wonder, is it symmetry, like the left hand and the right hand side of the brain, or a reflection, like our imagination and our physicality? And the connection is the language of love. That's an emotion. But we require supplementation on this planet due to consumption. This comes from an acquired knowledge of conditional teaching by ancient teachers. What about the unconditional teaching by the Creator? How do we supplement this shortfall of 20%? We now have a new awareness where we can have this historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting. And overcoming that, we resolve the anomaly between the structure of the cells and the structure of the planet. Either way, it's a magnetical cocoon, and it gives us this gravitational stability. So there's love connection, and we see how it's two-faced. But is it left and right, or is it up and down? Is Aphrodite more like Edidorpa, or what's going on here? When we look at the carbon inertia highways, we see that the carbon-12 is missing one aspect, which is a support structure, and all the highways are supported by a support structure, which then in turn needs to be supported. So we have multiple turning points. So this is what leads us to the variety, not only on this planet in terms of the number of humans of 8 billion, but in the number of animals, the number of plants, the number of souls, everything. It's an unimaginable number in our physical matter state. And they all maintain this cosmic ray equilibrium with overlapping fields that are spherical, each of them being magnetical, but each of them having a direction of flow. And collectively, they do the same thing. And so we found when we were doing the gold production in Beijing, there's an inherent susceptibility in a singularity. It wasn't completed because it required an inherent susceptibility in duality. That gravitational completion came from an external input of a Gans field of humanity. We were the X factor. We were the ones that were doing the counterweight. And these counterweight measures are beyond our basic physical state, which we measure in weight. That's part of the gravitational side. Or the atomic state, which we measure in mass. That's also part of the gravitational side. But then there's the nuclear state, which we measure in Teslas, and that's part of the magnetical side. And then the plasma state, which we measure in time, and that's part of the magnetical side. But this is the counterweight between the matter state and the plasma state. But each state is a maggrav in its own, but there's a plasmatic manifestation of a maggrav where two fields come together and no two fields are the same, just like no two bagels are the same. But one is magnetical and one is gravitational, and the combination two facilitate its physical manifestation in that transaction zone to create this maggrav. So this dimension array converges into a point, just as we do in the myelin sheath. That point comes to the leading edge, which wraps itself around the axon and gives you that gravitational certainty. So as we cross over that threshold coming into our Earth space, we see that oxygen is that non-visible X-factor gas which we require, and it shows a plasmatic decay to a GANS. Then that GANS can decay from gas to liquid to solid, and it facilitates a physical anchorage. And you say, well, let there be light. So the oxygen creates a light spectrum. It has a fingerprint. And we can only see that in its physicality, which is the emission light array coming from its gravitationally inherent field strength. And so we too have inherent attributes, and our manifestation is a gravitational confirmation at that gravitational center point, that picocore, that gives us gravitational certainty and a mutually assured construction. But we also have a counterbalancing magnetical certainty, which we proved with the achievement of a 129 Tesla in our experiments, which we saw that the X, Y, and Z axis were able to create this inertia field on this planet. Didn't have to leave the planet. So here we are in the science, traveling through uncharted territory, where we are an array within an array, and there are many stars beyond that nanomonatomic state, covering the full range from decay all the way to radiation. And that AI is our ancestral intelligence, where we are the technology and we are the inertia product. We are the image of that dimensional convergence point. And there's a timelessness. Talk about the man, the myth, and the legend. Is that in your own mind, or is it buried in the Sumerian texts? So we differentiate between the plasma science, the physical science, and the pseudoscience. But we have this supergranular layer, which is only three cells thick, and it encapsulates the corpus callosum. And the neuromelanin is a membrane-bound product that is granular, and it binds dopamine in a reversible manner, which means it is facilitating a catalytic behavior. And so when we look at the snail growth and we see the rotational cornucopia and how it's calcifying underwater, understand calcium is brain food. And inside that shell is that third dimension. The snail itself has the intelligence to build this rotational cornucopia. Pretty amazing. So we are a plasmagen receiver, where we are receiving information in three dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis, and it's transcending through and via the supergranular layer. And all of us have it. So all of us collectively form a supergranular layer around this Earth space. And this facilitates soul growth. So we see the range from unconsciousness and consciousness, awareness and acceptance, knowing and learning, awakening and maturing. And so we go way back, discussing the universal community and its connection with the universal council. We have a superconductor, which facilitates soul growth via the supergranular layer. And this is our connection to the greater oneness. And for 655 knowledge seekers workshops in a row, we are offering the opportunity to suddenly transcend the limitations of the nuclear science because of its singularity point of view. And so that pico core of truth is being demonstrated and fully researched through the network system and through the space centers of the Keshe Foundation and the enhancement of the research teams as they follow the scientific rescue to open the blinds and hit that bullseye we talk about to modulate the X factor by magnetical cascading the One Nation network, doing it one network at a time. And that time is now. We are overcoming that space racism, which divides between science fact and science fiction, these universal councils, which are either earthbound or spacebound. So we see that space is a conflict between world rulers versus world leaders, and warmongers versus peacemongers. How is it rationalized that the hand that kills can also be the hand that caresses? And that's where the compassion, racism sits, and that is a burden. And our capacities are limited, and that is another racism burden. So our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community, because we want to unburden man and bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. So the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute continues to teach plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful plasma travelers of the carbon nations, learning about the new frequencies of the new organic plasma science. That World Peace Treaty is meant for you. You choose it. You sign it unconditionally and mean it sincerely. You don't have to tell anybody because you know the truth. The matter tech dominates our seed core manifestation, but that man-made margin is between the war dome and the peace dome. So is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history, or is it time to learn the history of self in a universal context? Because the physical Magrav state is in constant universal communication, and it is the myelin that sequentially recharges the transition highway cascades of the physical matter state transmission highway and its inertia conditions. So the plasma science needs to continue to be enhanced daily via that peace dome in a practical exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age, and I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you for allowing me to continue.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Again, many points we've covered today, many in this teaching alone, which you can open up and examine for quite a long time. Hopefully, it's weakened our trust and our understanding in the matter state of how everything works, and realizing we're just sort of one big rotating field in so many ways. So thank you, Alex, for continuing to present. We look forward to your presentation for next week. Anyone want to make any comments? Again, it's a deeper understanding than we have ever gone into this energy dimension of who we really are, from energy to matter state and back to energy state, or operating in both simultaneously. Any comments? Any questions? I'm sure, Alex, if you were here, we'd have more interactions. All right, I'm not hearing any comments, but much information certainly presented, and hopefully it's forcing us to question some of our current understanding. The way Mr. Keshe demonstrated in Beijing to question the Big Bang Theory, where he created materials not from exploding something or something happening, but from the smallest up to the matter state. So hopefully we're starting to understand more about this true dimension, our true presence, which is energy. So thank you again, Alex, for elaborating on that. If there's no comments, again, I think it's just an amazing structure, realizing that the GANs and so on is a superconductor. It behaves like a metal, but really there's no metal in it. So we're a huge energy dynamic in so many ways. So let's be kind to ourselves, and we have a lot more to gain, I think, moving away from killing. So welcome to the world of Mitra, in a way, where we understand the creator is the universe and Mitra the dimension of physicality and your interaction with that dimension of physicality. But we certainly can add quite a bit of control to it as we're starting to learn about our own structure, our own magrav, and the way the creator crafted it so beautifully, so perfectly. We just need to understand it and apply it. When he said about the myelin wrapped around the shaft, I was thinking of the Alex beads. I just saw a similarity there, even though we're sort of doing something different there with the Alex beads. But very interesting how all these sort of concepts and understandings are starting to come together more and more as we move deeper into this knowledge. All right, let me bring up the background if there's no comments or questions on that teaching. I think Lisbeth will make it into a video and share it in some of the chats. All right, if there's no further questions or comments, again, falling again, we'll play the disclaimer, final disclaimer, and the session will come to an end. Look forward to seeing you in one of the next meetings. One Planet, One Nation, One Race is at 4 p.m. on Tuesday in the same public Zoom room as the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Feel free to join that. That's part of the reason this whole structure is being set up for the Universal Council, in a way, to be advisors and so on. Not to rule or anything like that, but just sort of to be consultants, advisors, ambassadors for peace, and so on. Continue to play the game, and we're learning more about leveling up. There'll be a meeting, as I understand it, which hopefully we'll post in the chats after this Thursday's Knowledge Seekers Workshop, that there'll be a demonstration for ambassadors and how to level up or confirm. Again, there's much to understand, but it's all being brought forward. And as Mr. Keshe said, we'll see a lot coming out of China, different structures and different things that we haven't seen before. So a lot of great things in the planning and to be delivered step by step, slowly and surely. But collectively, all of us are being touched. So thank you all for being here. Again, be kind to yourself. Remember that gift of the three wise men. It's critically important, it seems, more than at least more than I've ever imagined it could be. As when I read in the holy books, when Christ said, if you thought it, you've as much as committed it. And I think, how could that possibly be when you didn't physically act it out, but you actually entertained that feel or generated that feel and perhaps put it into the environment. So we have a lot to learn about the way we work and the way we think and the way we speak and so on and so forth. But it's, again, up to you to sort of balance that structure out. Thank you all for being here. Any last comments or questions anyone would like to ask? If not, we're going to play the final disclaimer and the session will come to an end. Thank you all again, and we'll see you all in one of the next sessions. Let me just reduce the volume here. Make sure I'm sharing the screen properly. And have an amazing rest of your day, especially with the knowledge you're carrying. Unfortunately, we can't It's unfortunate when I see others not understanding up to my level, but that's just the way it is, because at a certain point in time, I didn't understand much at all. So obviously, we're not going to lord it over anyone that we knew or we knew before you or anything like that. We just continue to elevate the souls, and they'll come along as the soul decides to bring them. And this is the way I'm seeing it. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. We'll see you in one of the future sessions. Bye for now.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.